W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
It's time for the excitement of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's play-by-play coverage is brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, CMA Honda of Winchester, Jason Barrett for State Senate, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, and the Heffley Motor Company. Standing by is our TV10 broadcast team. So let's head to the field and get today's pregame show underway.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Ram Stadium in Shepherdstown, West Virginia, as we get you set for Shepherd University Rams football here on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Shepherd welcomes in Cal PA out of the PSAC West Division, as it's a cross-division showdown between these two teams. Cal coming in at 1-1, Shepherd sitting at 2-0. I'm Nick Verzolini. Alongside me is Travis Smith. And Travis, Shepherd coming off of a beatdown win over Edinboro, and Cal PA coming off of a close loss to Kutztown. But this is expected to probably be the toughest challenge for Shepherd at this point in the season.
And this is one of these matchups that when Shepherd first joined the PSAC, this was the matchup that one of the teams that really wanted to see the Rams pitted against in this conference. So you figure Cal PA, teams like Slippery Rock and Kutztown. So this is one of those marquee matchups that Shepherd Rams fans have been waiting for, so they'll have a chance to see them square off and decide it on the field today.
Cal leads the all-time series 3-1. The last time these two teams met was in the 2016 regional final. Shepherd comes back from 17-0 to beat Cal on the road. Last time they played here in Shepherdstown was 1986, was a win for Cal. So it was the first win for Shepherd over Cal in the 2016 regional final. But they have not met as members of the same conference. So first time seeing that here today, and it's a good matchup. It's a veteran Cal team led by their senior quarterback in Noah Mitchell, and Shepherd obviously has the Harlan Hill winner in Tyson Bajent. So it's two senior quarterbacks and two guys with a lot of talent.
And you look over at Noah Mitchell, has the prototypical size that you want out of your quarterback. 6'4", 225-pound senior. Was all PSAC first team this year. Was also the PSAC West Offensive Player of the Year and the Coal Bowl MVP when he led his squad to defeat IUP 38-34 last year. He threw for over 350 yards and 4 touchdowns in that game. So he is the senior signal caller that's really going to be a threat to that defensive backfield for that Shepherd defense. So far, the Shepherd front seven has picked up where they left off last year. They're nasty. They're flying around. They're getting after the quarterback, really giving them a tough day inside the box. But where that defense seems to have some trouble sustaining consistency is on the back end, and Noah Mitchell is the kind of quarterback that can really take advantage of those type of shortcomings.
Yeah, we saw 6 trips to the red zone for Edinboro, but they were 0 for 6. you'd think Cal, if they get down there 6 times, they're a more talented team. They're going to probably execute a whole lot more than Edinburgh did. So it will be interesting to see, can this Rams defense continue its success that it's had in the first 2 weeks, only giving up 7 points in each game, or will we see a more explosive offense on the other side? And we expect more explosiveness on the other side. But for Shepherd, too, it's not just about the quarterback play from Bajent. We saw an excellent performance from Ronnie Brown on the ground last week. 278 rushing yards, Travis, and 3 touchdowns.
18.5 yards a carry. He has just gotten off to an amazing start so far this year, just completely dominating. 397 yards on the ground so far. He's averaging 15.6 yards per carry, already 5 touchdowns on the season. So he has emerged as that other player. That's something we already know what we have in Tyson Bajent. We have an excellent quarterback, Harlan Hill, award winner, coming back for his senior year. You know what you have in him. He's a known quantity, and he is a threat when he's out there on the field. But what makes him even more dangerous is when he has somebody else that he can lean on to make plays. And Ronnie Brown, the more times he touches the ball, the better it gets for that Rams offense. So it's nice to see that Rams offense being able to kill you in a couple of different ways, whether it be with a precision passing attack or Ronnie Brown giving you those explosive run plays that really make things easier for your quarterback, because he can use play-action pass.
All right, we will step aside for our first break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems is providing customer integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. When we return here on the pregame show, we will be joined by the head coach of the Shepherd University Rams, Ernie McCook. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We're back in 2 minutes.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game. You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
We welcome you back on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We'll now get into our coach's interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road or online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first, Parsons. Now joined by the head coach of the Shepherd University Rams, Ernie McCook. Coach, another big win for your team against Edinburgh this past week. What were some things you liked about the team's performance?
I thought it was a great win. Team handled adversity. Defense played lights out, shut them out in the red zone. They were 0 for 6. Offense was very explosive in the running game, which is something we haven't had in a while. So I thought we played pretty well. Like to eliminate some penalties, kind of cut that down a little bit. But all in all, it was a good day to be in Rams Stadium.
Ronnie Brown goes for 278 yards on the ground, over 300 total yards for him and 3 touchdowns. Gets you the PSAC East Offensive Player of the Week. Talk about his performance and what he was able to do on Saturday.
Ronnie's a very explosive player, has the opportunity to be a home run hit anytime he touches the football, whether it's in the pass game or the running game. Thought the O-line did a really great job up front, creating some spots for him, space for him to run, and Ronnie did a nice job finishing it off.
We talked to one of your leaders up front, and Joey Fisher, and it's a pretty inexperienced group besides him and Adam Stilley, but those guys were able to really move the football, or help move the football against Edinburgh and against Southern Connecticut State. So what have Joey and Adam done for the younger guys on that offensive line?
I think it's a group that's coming together, and you can see they're gelling, their communication's getting better. And I'm really pleased with how they've progressed over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
And defensively, you have another player of the week in Malik Holloway. But overall, the defense, forcing turnovers. You mentioned the red zone defense as well. What did you like out of the defense this past week?
I love in the first 2 weeks the defense is flying to the football. They have multiple players running to the ball, they're being aggressive. They're really antagonizing the offensive players, and they're kind of frustrating them. You can see it. They're playing with great energy and effort, and showing by their results.
And when we talked to Malik, he talked about kind of the competition of the defense. Him and Kyle like to have a competition in sacks and stuff like that. And both of them got after it on Saturday, and you had high expectations for them as a pass rush duo this year.
Absolutely. We saw both of them. Our offensive line had to block those guys all camp, and they do a tremendous job. They play with, again, I think the key to our success right now is continue to play with high effort, high energy, great focus, and you see that from the leaders, and Malik and Kyle are the leaders on the defensive side of the ball.
What do you guys need to do this week against Cal PA?
Well, Cal's a really good football team. They're good in all 3 phases. It's one of the better football teams we've played in the last couple of years. We need to eliminate mistakes. We've got to play with great focus. We have to be able to make plays, and we have to our defense has got to be able to get off the field, eliminate the big play. Offensively, we have to be able to put the ball in the end zone and don't kick field goals.
That concludes our coach interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road in Martinsburg, or online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first, Parsons. This is Shepherd Rams football on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Your master's degree is as close as Shepherd University. Shepherd's graduate programs are perfect for working adults and will prepare you for the next step in your career. Choose from several degrees perfect for educators, an accredited MBA program, and a master's degree in Appalachian Studies. Visit shepherd.edu/grad studies radio to get started today. Finish your master's or pursue a doctorate in nursing practice. To learn more, visit shepherd.edu/grad studies radio.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by Friends of Jason Barrett.
Welcome you back to Ram Stadium here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show as we get you set for Shepherd and Cal PA. Nick Verzolini alongside me is Travis Smith. Travis, we mentioned Cal coming in here 1-1. Talked a little bit about their quarterback and Noah Mitchell, but the guy he's going to look to a lot today, Jaquail Jackson, the 6'3", 175-pound junior, and a different size than what we saw. This Shepherd defense, it could be something similar today with Jackson out there, a pretty talented wide receiver.
And talk about two guys on polar opposites as far as body type. We talked about Stanfield. He was a short, stocky player, 5'8", 180-some pounds. And now you go over to Jaquail Jackson. The man's built like a cheetah. He's 6'3", 175 pounds, so you know he has speed, so he can take the top off of the defense. But not only that, with height like that, he's also a very big target as far as jump balls are concerned. And you look at a lot of those defensive backs on the side for Shepherd, most of them 5'11", right around 6 foot, so it's going to be a tough matchup for them, not only in terms of just physicality, but also speed.
And how Shepherd will try to slow down that combination. We talked about the front seven. It's back-to-back PSAC East Defensive Player of the Weeks for Shepherd, and those two guys coming from defensive end Malik Holloway, who had an outstanding game, 7 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery to help him win that award. And the guy that won it the week before, Dwayne Grantham, had 8 solo tackles and 2 interceptions. He gets another one last week. So the Rams defense, there were some questions with their youth, but those guys in particular have made a lot of plays. And that front seven, it was Smith, Holloway, Grantham, and we've seen some good things from Devin Lynch on the inside as well, Pena. They clearly still have the speed and ability to put some pressure on the quarterback and make things difficult in the run game, only allowing 25 yards per game on the ground.
And the name that you mentioned, Kyle Smith, had a quiet game for Kyle Smith's standard, only 1 tackle, a half a sack, but we say he had a quiet game, but he also had a pick 6. So that adds a little bit extra, especially when you get that pick 6 coming from your defensive end. But he's just a smart, savvy football player, and that's what you can expect out of your grad student starting there. He was named to the D2 Elite 100 watch list for a reason, because he's a playmaker. Either he's pressuring the quarterback off of the edge, he's equally good against the run, and last week he shows he also has some good hands. So if you're not careful and you try to dump a pass over top of him, he does have the potential to go up and get it.
And how Cal tries to slow down the number 1 offense in the country. Shepherd again at this point in the season, after being the number 1 offense last season. It starts with their inside linebacker, Noah Dillo, the junior there on the inside. Matt Tobey, another guy that makes a lot of plays for them in the linebacking core. What do you think Cal could potentially do today to potentially slow down that Rams offense?
Well, you mentioned a couple of guys I think are going to play a big factor, and it starts up front with the defensive line. You have Derek Corboy, 6 foot, 280-pound senior, also named 2021 All-PSAC West first team. And then his counterpart, Gerald Brown, 6'1", 250 pounds, senior, also 2021 All-PSAC West first team. So big defensive tackles that can make plays. They're not up there just to eat blocks, but they're doing a good job of shedding blocks, getting into the backfield and making plays. So if they're able to use those big guys up front and collapse that pocket and put pressure on Tyson Bagent without having to blitz, that's going to be a huge advantage for that Vulcans defense.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll hear from Rams defensive end Malik Holloway and offensive tackle Joey Fisher. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show in Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
We now go in the huddle, brought to you by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or call 304-263-4343.
We now go in the huddle with Rams offensive tackle Joey Fisher. Joey, big week for you guys running the football against Edinboro. What do you credit to the offensive line there up front? What were some things you were able to do to create those holes for Ronnie?
To start off, Coach Booker had a good game plan. We came in hot. We, executed what we're supposed to do in our blocks, and Ronnie Brown did his thing. Like I said, a lot of young guys on the team on the O-line this year that are all bringing it together, and definitely gaining the experiences over the last 2 games. So, to come out and do what we did last game on the ground, that's our expectation every week.
What's it like to play in this offense as an offensive lineman? Typically, you guys are more pass heavy than ground heavy, but I know offensive linemen, they really like running the football.
Yeah. The guys are always hungry to get them they'll run plays in and stuff like that. But of course, we do have Tyson Vaja back there, so we do our best in both the pass game and run game to protect our guys. With Ronnie Brown and Tyson, and as long as we do our part, they can do our part, and it shows on the scoreboard every week. As long as we can leave with a W, that's really all that matters.
And for you personally, this you were named to the top 100 for players in Division II, and there's some talk about potentially you being able to play at the next level. So what are you trying to accomplish this season to make that a possibility for you?
Start off, stay healthy. It's always great to be able to talk to, agents and guys at the next level, and, have scouts come into practice and games. So, just to come out, every day and, play in practice like it's my last day. Give it all 100%, go out and show out, not just for me and, my next level experiences, but, for the team, give the team everything I got and, display my talents and, hopefully have the best outcome.
And as an offensive line, only you and Adam Stilley returned in terms of guys that had starts in the past. So what have you done to help the young guys around you?
Communication is key. With Adam being a center, it's nice for him to be able to come back and have that game experience because, he is that commander, the caller on the line. To have these young guys kind of watching, us last year and kind of building up over the spring, getting that communication down and, the chemistry down and over the fall, over camp, just being able to, gel, be here as guys and feel each other out, no positive, negatives and stuff like that, and, having a good game, game plan every week.
What will be some keys for the offense this week against Cal PA?
Of course, we want to come out and have another great run game like we did last week. We're playing at home, so it's always going to be a chip on our shoulder. And also just, better ourselves all around. We could definitely have a little bit more better pass game. Last week, have a better pass protection this week. And then, like I said, just continue to have that good run game and establish that from the beginning.
Now go in the huddle with Rams defensive end Malik Holloway. Malik, PSAC Defensive Player of the Week in the East Division this week for you. So. Big game, 2.5 sacks. What were some things that you were able to take advantage against Edinboro?
I was able to play one of my best abilities, what is the speed. I just kind of, with Coach Beelan, him being a new coach, we kind of locked in on a father-son relationship. I didn't get to tell him that yet, so he might feel a little special when he hear that. But I was able to just work my hands and work my speed, and that was one of the things that got me them 2 sacks. And I was able to get them in clutch moments. I think I just turned on that switch and told myself I can't let them score while we're in the red zone. Yeah.
As a team, defensively, you guys were really strong against Edinboro, forcing turnovers and stuff like that. So
How much confidence have you guys gained from these first 2 games as a defense?
Oh, it definitely a confidence boost, being that we have a lot of young guys that haven't played at the college level. When they start to see those type of games being played, it's definitely a boost. It brings it to practice, and then throughout the week, you see them even on campus fired up after that win.
And you and Kyle Smith having a big impact so far off the edge. What do you think you guys have been able to do as a duo this year and kind of feed off of each other?
It's always a competition thing with 11. That's definitely one of my guys. And we say it before the game. In practice, we always have that competition. I think just us racing to the quarterback is what makes it happen.
And you get to go up against Joey Fisher, who we're going to talk to in a little bit. How have you guys pushed each other this year?
Just like I said with Kyle, it's a competition thing. We want to all be the best guys. So I think seeing one guy get a sack, I need a sack. And then the next person, I need a sack. And it's just feed off that energy and the environment. And that's just how we get it done. I mean,
what will be some keys for the defense this week against Cal PA?
Attack first would be one of the biggest keys. I know they're a little bigger up front than the teams that we face. So that's the main key. Be aggressive, fire off the ball, and just play Shepherd football.
That concludes our player interviews portion of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. When we return, we will have more. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
I picked Shepherd University because I'm not just a number.
One of the things that surprised me is how friendly everyone is.
I like being able to walk down the street and have the professors recognize me by name.
I'm constantly learning.
But it also has taught me so much about myself and about what I want to do with my future.
The location at Shepherd is amazing.
Cities like Washington, D.C., Baltimore are only about an hour and a half away.
You just got to see it. Once you see it, it just takes your heart.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
When it comes to breast cancer,
early detection is the key. During October, WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center will offer 3D mammogram screening clinics to women 40 and older on Saturdays at our women's imaging centers in Ranson and Spring Mills for just $60. This discounted fee helps patients who haven't met their deductible, whose insurance doesn't include one with an annual exam, or for those with no insurance. Schedule your discounted 3D mammogram today. Call WVU Medicine at 1-844-802-2734, option 2.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Think you are too busy working to earn your degree? Think again. Shepherd University is now offering online degree programs. You can earn a master's degree online in curriculum and instruction or a Master of Business Administration. And registered nurses can complete their BSN online too. Learn how to take...
Apologize for those technical difficulties, but we are back now at Rams Stadium. Tyson Bajan in the shotgun after Ronnie Brown returns the opening kickoff. Rams have it here, first down and 10 from their own 28-yard line. Bajan takes the snap, play action, throws complete. Ryan Beach right at the 30, and he is brought down immediately on the play by Dominic Solomon Jr. Gain of about 2 will be second down and 8 for the Rams.
Solomon, a 2021 All-PSAC West second-team defensive back. Had 29 tackles last year, 18 for solo, 1.5 sacks, 2 INTs, and 7 pass breakups. Coming off of a quiet game last week, only 2 tackles, 1 of those solo.
Bajan sends Brown in motion, throws complete quickly to him. Brian Walker with a good block, but only have a gain of about 2 more. So it'll be third down and 6 for the Rams. And quickly, Cal has been able to get to the pass catchers as Shepherd starting with those underneath looks. And that's kind of been the strategy of most defenses that have had any success against Shepherd. It's keep plays in front of them. So far, Cal doing that here as it's third down and 6 on this opening drive for the Rams. Brown is the running back lined up behind Tyson Bajan. Bajan adjusting things at the line of scrimmage with trips to the far side. Marlon Cook looks to be by himself here on the near side. Bajan looking toward Cook. Back shoulder throw. And a great effort by Marlon Cook, but he couldn't bring it down. Good coverage on the play by Micah Tillman, and it falls incomplete. And Shepherd will be forced to punt, a 3-and-out for the Rams to begin things.
That was one of the matchups that they wanted to go to. They have some height on the back end in that secondary for the Vulcan defense. But Micah Tillman, 5'10", they felt like they had the better of the matchup with Cook at 6'2", trying to go up and catch the back shoulder fade. Just wasn't able to bring it in. Good defense that time by the Vulcans for a 3-and-out.
So on 4th and 6, Ryan Barrick sends a awkward-looking punt into the air, but it's a decent one, and it will be touchdown by Keyshawn Haley around the 33-yard line, and Cal PA comes out onto the field led by their senior quarterback Noah Mitchell. Stands at 6'4", 225 pounds for Mitchell, and offense had only 17 points a week ago against that tough Kutztown Golden Bears defense, but it is an experienced group, Travis.
Like we said, Malik McGriff may see him some in the backfield today coming over from Clarion. He's a senior, but the starting running back, Eric McCann III, had 20 carries for 71 yards last week, 3.6 yards per carry,
Mitchell takes the snap, steps up, and slides down at around the 30-yard line. Devin Lynch was there to force him to slide down, so bring up 2nd down and 7 for Cal PA.
And even though that was only a small pickup, that's going to be important for that Vulcans offense. Is you're going to have to come away with something on 1st down to avoid putting yourself in predictable down and distance situations. You want to avoid 2nd and 10 like the plague. So a good job by Noah Mitchell to pick that up and put his team in a better position for 2nd and 7.
It's actually going to be 2nd down and 9, as where he started his slide was at the 28-yard line. So only a gain of 1, but this time McCann running off the left side picks up a decent carry. It'll be 3rd down for the Vulcans.
I'm curious to see how this Rams front 7 is going to react to a established running game with this Cal PA offense. McCann, 5'10", 210 sophomore, a 2019 PSAC Scholar athlete. He's also a student of the game. Going to use that experience and technique to see if he can have some success on the ground for Cal PA today.
10 seconds on the play clock. 3rd down and 1. Mitchell McCann lowers the shoulder. He has the 1st down. Keyshawn Haley in on the tackle. Moving the ball to the 37-yard line after the ball will be spotted at the 39. So a 3-yard pickup on the play, and it's a 1st down for Cal. Just good physical running.
There we go. And that's the approach that you want to take today, because that Rams defense is built for passing situations. They really want to get those defensive ends upfield, pressuring the quarterback. So as long as you can avoid that by having a sustained running attack and not putting yourself in predictable down and distance, is going to be to your advantage for that Cal PA offense today.
11:18 to go in the first quarter. No score. First drive for Cal PA. Throw by Mitchell is complete on the far side. Spinning out of a tackle into Shepherd territory before Devin Lynch brings him down. It's to be Jaquail Jackson on the reception.
You see those Ram defensive backs are showing him quite a bit of respect. They were playing off. That time Jackson lined up in the slot. So you're going to see Cal PA move him around all over the place. It's going to be tougher on the defense to try to isolate him and possibly double if you're moving him inside, out, right side, left, possibly even putting him in motion. It's really going to put some pressure on the defense to make some adjustments throughout the game.
1st and 10 for the 47. Here's McCann. He gets a nice hole, runs over a man, and keeps going. So Eric McCann early on definitely finding space against this Shepherd defense that heading into the game was only giving up 25 yards per game rushing the football for the opponent. So early on, I mean, this is a big offensive line up front. You got 315 at left tackle, 280 at left guard, 285 at center, 285 at right guard, and 315 at right tackle. So it's probably the biggest offensive line Shepherd has seen to this point. 2nd down and 5. Here's a play action pass complete to Jackson, diving down at the 40-yard line as the pass was low at around his ankles. So a tough catch to make there and really Could have probably picked up the first down if it was a little bit higher throw. Instead, it's a gain or no gain on the play, so it'll be 3rd down and 5.
And Mitchell just trying to do his wide receiver a favor and not leading him into the teeth of the defense, but just a little bit lower. Plays like that are designed for run after the catch. We already seen that Jackson can be dangerous with the ball in his hand, so we're certainly going to see some more of that, particularly if the Vulcans are able to run the ball as effectively as they've done so far. That's really going to set up that RPO play-action pass game.
They'll give him a gain of 1 from the 41-yard line. It's 3rd down and 4. Mitchell looking to throw. Throws incomplete. Dwayne Grantham came in and broke that pass up. Intended for Cam Tarrant on the intended receiver, and it will be 4th down. It looks like Cal's going to elect to punt.
And Cam Tarrant, if you look at him, he's kind of a counterpart to Ryan Beach, the undersized slot wide receiver. Tarrant, 5'9", 135 pounds. He's a senior, but he is a veteran returner. Played in 10 games last year, started 7 of them, had 24 catches for 635 yards and 6 touchdowns. So he is a weapon in that slot, and you have to pay attention to him.
Ronnie Dorsey back deep for Shepherd with 9:13 to go in this first quarter. Clayton Rosensteel is the punter, a freshman for Cal PA, and Dorsey makes the fair catch, and around the 14, 15-yard line is where they'll spot it. With 9:07 to go in this first quarter, Shepherd has the football, and it was a 3-and-out for the Rams on that first drive, Travis. Not what we are used to seeing from Shepherd. Typically, if they get the ball first, they're going to go down and score and get the early lead.
And early on, you see the Rams so far this season, they like to try to get that quick game out to the perimeter and allow those athletic wide receivers to make plays after the catches. But we've seen in the past couple of weeks, teams have made the adjustment, and they're really playing those quick passes to the perimeter, aggressive, and they're tackling well in space. So Rams going to have to add a wrinkle to that look.
Bagent slings it out to the far side. There's E.J. Morgan with his first reception of the season. Morgan back from injury. A flag comes in, though, from the far side. It's good to see him back for the junior in Morgan, but the guy that's been injured here for these first few weeks, Coach McCook talked to me about him coming back, and they're excited to have him. But we'll see what this flag is. Currently, it's a 1st down for Shepherd. It will be a 1st down as the penalty was on the defense, so 1st and 10 for Shepherd with 9:02 remaining in the opening quarter. The Rams move the ball to the 27-yard line. 28-yard line to be exact here. 1st down and 10 for Shepherd. 2 receivers to each side. Ronnie Brown is the back to the right of Tyson Bagent. Bagent takes the snap, looking to throw. Dumps it down underneath to Ronnie Brown. Brown makes a man miss at the 40. This could be trouble. Ronnie Brown inside the 35. Cuts it back toward midfield. Ronnie Brown, you are ridiculous. Touchdown Shepherd, 6-0 with 8:34 to go in the first quarter.
He's a weapon. He's an offensive weapon, and just when you have a quarterback like Bagent, and he has a guy that he can rely on, that he can lean on to make plays for the offense, it only makes the offense that much more explosive. You get Ronnie Brown the ball out in space, and it was just something that looked like it was originally designed for him to pass block on the play. The play kind of extended a little bit longer than normal. He leaks out into the flat, then he picks up the ball, and once he's able to get to the corner, it's going to be a tough time for the defense to try to catch up to him, and Ronnie Brown already putting his stamp on today's game.
Extra point from Jacob Haney as he runs on is blocked. Recovered, though, by the Rams. So it's Shepherd 6, Cal PA nothing with 8:34 to go in this first quarter. We'll take our first break. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
Think you are too busy working to earn your degree? Think again. Shepherd University is now offering online degree programs. You can earn a master's degree online in curriculum and instruction or a Master of Business Administration. And registered nurses can complete their BSN online too. Learn how to take the next step in your career at shepherd.edu/online radio. Earn your MBA or Master of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction. Learn more at shepherd.edu/online radio.
When it comes to breast cancer, early detection is the key. During October, WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center will offer 3D mammogram screening clinics to women 40 and older on Saturdays at our women's imaging centers in Ranson and Spring Mills for just $60. This discounted fee helps patients who haven't met their deductible, whose insurance doesn't include one with an annual exam, or for those with no insurance. Schedule your discounted 3D mammogram today. Call WVU Medicine at 1-844-802-2734, option 2.
6-0 Shepherd, 8:34 to go in the first quarter. Jacob Haney will kick it away, and it will be muffed in the end zone. And that will be a touchback. But 6-0 Shepherd, a 73-yard touchdown reception from Ronnie Brown on a run and catch. Just an amazing play. And once he caught it in space, you saw him make a guy miss around the 40-yard line, and then he cut it back inside, and it was a touchdown. But, I mean, there were several Cal players there in his way that should have been able to slow him down, but not against Ronnie Brown.
You leave him with that much space, he's going to make you pay. And a 73-yard touchdown catch last week had a 73-yard touchdown run. So he's a threat from anywhere on the field with the ball in his hands.
First down and 10 from the 25. Mitchell takes the snap, runs the football, and Kyle Smith is there to slow that one down. McCann not finding much room on the carry. You saw Smith set that edge.
Did a good job. Also, Journey Dunbar coming in, one of the bigger defensive line.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and
Hello, this is
points against Shepherd. You have to capitalize on it.
We welcome you.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life
insurance. We're good from here on out. First quarter, 6-0 Shepherd. 6:25 to go. It's a 3rd down and 10 for Noah Mitchell and the offense. Mitchell under some pressure from Malik Holloway. He escapes the pocket. Flag comes in. Mitchell will throw up a prayer toward the sideline and incomplete. I think this will be holding against Cal. With it now being, though, 4th down, Shepherd most likely declines.
Not sure why Cal PA wanted to use a play-action pass on 3rd and 10. The Rams defense really not concerned about the run at that point, and that's something that the Rams defense is very good at. Once they get you in those obvious passing situations, that's when they're in their absolute best. They have rangy linebackers that can play well in space, but more importantly, they have 2 speed demons coming in off the edge, and Malik Holloway and Kyle Smith able to put pressure on the quarterback, and that was the case even though Noah Mitchell did a good job of stepping up in the pocket. It was enough just to delay the timing. So even though he was able to get out of the pocket and extend the play a little bit, still good coverage on the back end. He wasn't able to find anybody complete, and he had to throw it away.
Rosensteel will punt. Ronnie Dorsey standing back at his own 25-yard line here on 4th and 10. 6:14 to go in this first quarter. It's 6-0 Shepherd on top. Here's the punt. Pretty good kick by Rosensteel. Dorsey singles for the fair catch and makes the grab at the 27-yard line, and that's where 28-yard line. That's where Shepherd will take over here offensively. And a flag, though, is on the field, standing about the 41, so the Rams should actually maybe get some better field position here, depending on who this is against. And it's unsportsmanlike against Cal, so that will move it forward for the Rams. And Travis, not something you want to do. You're able to flip the field, but now Shepherd will have pretty good field position here.
You don't need to do anything that's going to make it easier on that Shepherd Rams offense. And we've seen that early on and over the past couple of seasons. Things can get a bit chippy down there on the field, and the Rams are able to show their championship caliber by not getting pulled into plays like that. So they're able to go out there and make plays, and I'm not saying that they're saints out there. They do their fair share of talking, but they're smart enough to know when to walk away, and it's always the second guy that gets dinged with the unsportsmanlike penalty.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams, 6:08 to go in the first quarter. Our first quarter is brought to you on TV 10 by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution located at 121 Administrative Drive. As Bajent goes play action, and he'll keep it, slide forward around midfield. And you want to call Smallwood and Small Insurance at 304-263-3361. So it'll be 2nd down from the 48-yard line for the Rams. 2nd down and 5. Bajent in the shotgun formation. Ronnie Brown is the running back to the right. Cal showing blitz here on 2nd and 5, and Bajent takes the snap under some pressure, looks deep down the far sideline for Ryan Beach. Pass falls incomplete, but a flag comes in from the back judge.
It looked like there may have been a bit of a miscommunication between the wide receiver and the quarterback on that play. But maybe that's why the pass was a little bit off. There was holding on the defense that time. And again, Ryan Beach, very dangerous in space. He had a rough week last week. The Edinboro Scots defense was all over him last week, so he's certainly going to look to rebound after having a difficult performance last week.
Yeah, they held Beach intact throughout that ball game. He had a few nice catches early on, but then it ended up finishing with negative yardage due to some tackles in the backfield on some quick completions.
I'll say Reed Martin was in his hip pocket all day long.
1st and 10 now from the 42 for Shepherd. Bajent looks to throw, completes underneath. Short gain on the play. That's Kenny Edlund. The freshman hauls in that reception, transfer from Westchester. Toby in there on the tackle. It's a gain of 3 on the play. Will be 2nd down and 7 for the Rams from the 39-yard line.
And Gabe Miller coming up the middle on a delay blitz was able to get a pretty good shot in on Bajan, one of the standouts for this Cal PA defense.
Bajan adjust at the line of scrimmage on 2nd and 7 from the 39. 4:50 to go in this opening quarter. 6-0 Shepherd. Bajan throws. Complete. Now incomplete as Edlin never hauled that one in. Good coverage on the play. Again, that is Micah Tillman breaking it up. It will be 3rd and 7 for the Rams.
And Walker that time running that corner route, trying to move that safety out and kind of push the defense down the field. So Cook was able to work in, Edlin able to work in underneath. Tyson Bajan tried to lead him to the outside, tried to hit him on the outside shoulder so he could turn and run, but Edlin just couldn't quite bring it in.
3rd down and 7 from the 39-yard line. 4:45 to go in the first quarter. Bajan taking the snap again, throws complete. Ryan Beach has some space. Beach across the 30-yard line before he's brought down. Making the on the play is Matt Toby, but it's a first down for Shepherd.
And again, Brian Walker proving his worth to this passing offense without having to catch the ball. The past 2 plays, he was the decoy. So you're starting to see that he's becoming a bigger part of the offense. Teams are starting to make adjustments and accounting for him. So the Rams use that to their advantage, use him as a decoy, and that time able to get Ryan Beach open underneath.
And a flag comes in from the far side, I believe. Yeah, false start going against Shepherd. And it might have been Brian Walker.
I talk him up and couldn't handle the spotlight.
Couldn't hear exactly who they called on that play, but still a false start against Shepherd. So it'll be 1st down and 10 now from the 35, or 1st and 15, from the 35-yard line. Bajan claps at the line. Now we'll fake it to Ronnie Brown. Look downfield for E.J. Morgan, and another flag comes in. Pass falls incomplete, as this has turned into the penalty game. There's 2 flags on the play, one in the middle of the field and one here on the near sideline. Things almost opened up for E.J. Morgan there on kind of the adjustment that Bajan and him had made on the play itself. Signaling a hold is the official. And we'll hear the call now. There's Brian Walker getting called for a holding penalty. And there's also an ineligible receiver on the play, so Shepherd backed up again. It's still 1st down, though. That's the positive, I think, here, Travis.
But sometimes that's the risk that you run when you run those RPO-style plays. If you don't get the ball out quickly, you always run the risk of those offensive linemen running downfield and getting dinged for an eligible man downfield. Because most of the time in the RPO, they treat it like it's a run play.
1st down and 25. Bajan takes the snap, throws in and out of the hands high of the intended receiver, Foray. Alfonso Foray, the intended receiver on the play. So it'll be 2nd and 25 now for the Rams. I'm not certain about this, but does Ronnie Brown have a carry? Or if he only has a carry, I think it's only 1 or 2. It has not been many run plays for Shepherd here early on in this ball game. 2nd down and 25. Bajan fakes to Brown, now throws underneath on a wide receiver screen for Foray, and he'll fight forward for a few out to the 40-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and long, though, for the Rams.
I have to agree with you. I don't think he's run the ball yet. A lot of times when they call that RPO, they're trusting their quarterback to make the read. But you have a gunslinger like Tyson Bajan. everything is a nail to a hammer. So you put the ball in his hands with the option to throw, he's going to want to throw the ball, and more times than not it turns out to be successful. But you certainly want to get Ronnie Brown involved in the running game so you don't have to lean so much on your quarterback to throw a lot of passes.
3rd and 19. You can't run it here. Bajan under pressure, and he is sacked. It's big number 99, Gage Hill, in there with the sack. It'll be 4th down, and the Rams will be forced to punt. So 6-0 Shepherd, 2:53 to go in this first quarter. Ryan Barrick in the punting unit, now on for the Rams. And back deep is Tarrant, standing at his own 10-yard line. No rushing attempts so far for Ronnie Brown, so that was a correct statistic. As fair caught, it almost went over the head of Tarrant there on the play, but he'll fair catch it around the 9-yard, or it's to be the 7-yard line is where they'll spot that one.
Now the pressure is certainly on this Cal PA offense, backed up into the shadow of their own goal line. But it's starting to get to the point, I mean, it's only a 6-point deficit, but you need that offense to start getting some first downs, most importantly, because you don't want to give that Shepherd Rams offense any extra possessions here in the first half. So you got to start doing something with the ball, eating up some clock, establish that run game, and try to set up your play-action pass game.
Cal will run the football here up the middle. McCann finds a little bit of room. There are other first quarter sponsor here on TV10 is Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group. Call 304-268-2774 or go to callchrisross.com. Six nothing Shepherd. 2:07 to go in this first quarter. Mitchell on the offense, looking to throw here on 2nd down. Mitchell pumps once, throws underneath, and incomplete. Under duress was Noah Mitchell there. Kyle Smith and Holloway providing pressure on that play.
And the Vulcans offense trying to take advantage of that aggressive, speedy Shepherd defense by showing some misdirection. They faked it to the running back coming out of the field. The quarterback sold it with the pump fake, then tried to come back to the other side with the screen pass. But the ball carrier not able to get his hands on the ball cleanly. And again, that Rams defense, you might fool them for a split second, but they're so athletic and they're able to move so well in space that they're able to recover. And even if you do have them beat, it's not very long and you won't be able to get very much out of it.
3rd and 8 from the 10. Mitchell wants to go deep here down the near sideline. Incomplete. Intended for Malik Langley. Looks like this will be a penalty, though, against either Dante Harrison or Langley on the play. Harrison, the man in coverage.
I want to say that was on Harrison.
And we'll go against Harrison, so that will give Cal PA a first down on what was 3rd and 8.
We talked about Jaquail Jackson, but this is a solid wide receiving core for Cal PA, top to bottom. Malik Langley, the sophomore, coming over from Bloomsburg, had 3 catches for 40 yards last week. But you look back to last season, appeared in 7 games, had 7 starts, had 24 catches for 635 yards and 6 touchdowns. So he is a player that can make some big plays. You can't just focus all on Jackson because there are a couple other wide receivers in that group that can make you pay.
1st and 10 from the 25. Mitchell looking to throw again. Holloway providing some pressure. Mitchell throws incomplete underneath. Pena breaks it up.
And again, when you put yourself in 2nd and 10, that's when you see that Rams defense really start to impose their will. I'm not sure why the Vulcans are trying to get away from the run. I know you're not getting much early on, but you got to do it just to keep your offense on schedule and, most importantly, keep that defense on their heels, because once you get back and you have to start throwing the ball and they know you have to throw the ball, that's when that Rams defense is particularly dangerous.
Now they're going to run McCann. Holloway coming quickly off the edge to make the tackle. Short gain on the play. And the other thing is, if they know they have to throw, Kyle Smith and Malik Holloway can just go right after the quarterback and don't have to really worry about assignments as much in passing situations. So Short gain there on 2nd and 10 to make it 3rd down here and about 9.
And that's the thing about 2nd and 10, because it puts you in a situation where you have to go conservative, where you have to run the ball because no offense wants to face a 3rd and 10. So the defense, knowing that, you can send all your run blitzes on 2nd and 10, and chances are you're going to be guessing right.
Under a minute to go in this first quarter. Holloway steps up and he makes the sack on Noah Mitchell. Penalty coming in, a player down on the play as well. Malik Holloway has been a beast off the edge for the Rams.
You know, teams on the scouting report, they are certainly concerned about Kyle Smith off the one edge, as well you should be. He had over 10 sacks last season, so you have to make sure he's accounted for. But the problem with that is that you have a pass rusher of equal caliber opposite of him and Malik Holloway. So it's certainly a case of where you have to pick your poison at that time. That's by the name of Malik Holloway.
No gain on the play, so will be a sack for Holloway. It's 4th down and 9, and we'll have a Cal punt. Under a minute to go, just about 30 seconds to go in this first quarter for the running clock. 7 on the play clock. Rosensteel will send a high punt. Rodney Dorsey coming up, lets it bounce at the ground midfield, and it will be spotted down there about the 47-yard line is where Shepherd will take over. So really good field position for the Rams with about 16 seconds to go in this first quarter.
And another penalty on the play.
This time unsportsmanlike against Shepherd, so these punt units are going at it, Travis.
You need to have a special type of personality to play on special teams, and right now those personalities seem to be boiling over. So far on 2 consecutive punts for Cal PA.
This one, though, helps Cal, opposed to helping Shepherd as it moves it from the 47 to the 32. Still good field position, but not nearly as good as you had before. 16 seconds to go in this opening quarter. It's 6-0 Shepherd. Rams with the football on their own 32-yard line to begin this drive. Tyson Bajan in the shotgun formation. Ronnie Brown is the back to his right. Ryan Beach there in the slot on the far side. Marlon Cook, is the wide receiver here to the near side. Cal showing a little bit of pressure off the edge. Bajan rolls out to his left, throws underneath, complete. Ryan Beach across the 35-40. Finally knocked out of bounds there on the far side. Taken out by Jacob Siegel.
And that's tough, just trying to cover Ryan Beach. He works all the way from the right side of the field over to the left side of the field. Great protection up front by that Rams offensive line. That was a long, slow developing play, and Ryan Beach still had enough time to get across the field and make the play. But a different look for that Vulcans defense, going with a single high safety. Not too many teams dare to do that against that Shepherd Rams offense.
Well, that'll do it for the first quarter. It's a gain of 9 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 1 when we return. Shepherd 6, Cal nothing. This is Shepherd Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Nothing. Bajan in the offense facing a 2nd down and 1. Beach is the only receiver on the field to the far side. Ronnie Brown the back. Bagent looking to throw anyways. Looking deep down the far side for Ryan Beach. It's tipped and incomplete. Double covered on the play. Trying to jump ball for Beach. Good coverage by Solomon. And a flag, though, on the play as well in the backfield. This has been the penalty game, Travis. It's going to be roughing the passer against Cal. So that will give the Rams the first down.
You know, that was something that was emphasized by that Cal PA defense coming into today's game. They wanted to get in the backfield and harass the quarterback, but that time a little bit too much harassment. You get the penalty and you give the Rams an additional 15 yards and a fresh set of downs, and that's just a mistake that you can't afford to make too many times, but you certainly want to have an emphasis on making that quarterback uncomfortable, getting him off of his platform, and making him take those checkdowns.
6-0 Shepherd. 14:52 to go in this second quarter as we now have a first down and 10 from the 44-yard line of Cal. It's Ronnie Brown's first carry of the ball game. Picks up about 3 on the play. Will be second down and 7.
Big block in the middle that time by McCook. Motioning over, and the Rams like to run that power up in the middle. That's where that backside guard is going to pull to the play side, work up to the linebacker, and McCook serves as that kick-out block. But that time, the Vulcans defense blitzing coming downfield, so McCook makes that adjustment, picks up that blitzing linebacker, just absolutely stones him in the middle of the field for the Rams to pick up a nice gain on first down via the run game.
Second and 7 after the 3-yard pickup. Agent throws complete to Marlon Cook. He tries to spin away, but Solomon is there to make the tackle. And it'll be third down for the Rams.
Tackling well in space. A lot of these pass plays that the Rams like to use are designed for run after the catch. So if you're on defense, you have to try to tackle well in space, and that's easier said than done because the Rams have some explosive athletes out there on the perimeter.
Ronnie Brown's 73-yard touchdown is the difference in this ball game, as he had it on a catch and run. And you talked about tackling well in space. That didn't happen on that play, but it's third down here for Shepherd. Cal has done a pretty good job defensively so far, slowing down this number 1 ranked Rams offense. Bagent throwing near side for Beach, and it's incomplete. Again, it's Mitchell there in on the coverage. Or Micah Tillman, excuse me, in on the coverage. It'll be fourth down. And we'll see here. Shepherd kind of in a weird situation. Not really a good situation to punt from, so they're going to go for it on the 37-yard line of Cal. Bagent directing traffic at the line of scrimmage.
Bagent is he's an accomplished punter, so don't be surprised if it's a quick kick. Had a punt of 52 yards last year versus Ohio Dominican.
Fourth and medium here. Bagent under pressure, spins out of the sack, throws complete to Brian Walker at midfield or at the 30-yard line for a first down. Shepherd.
And we already know that Tyson Bagent can escape danger, roll out to his right, and find a tight end. Last year it was Alex Wetzel. This time it was Brian Walker supplying some heroics on that fourth down play.
It might have been Cameron Dorner and not Walker. I thought it was 87, but then I thought maybe 81 had ran to the sideline, so kind of tough for me to tell on that far side. But Bagent looking to throw here. Looking for a wide open E.J. Morgan. He leaps up, makes the catch inside the 10-yard line. First down, Shepherd.
Bagent able to hit Morgan on the wheel. Did a good job of leading him, but just too much. Morgan had to leave his feet to make the catch. If he's able to catch that in stride, that's probably going to be another touchdown for that Shepherd Rams offense. But now you're starting to see the Rams settle into a little bit of a groove. Doing a lot of passing early on. Like we mentioned, the Rams like to run a lot of RPO looks, and right now the R's are losing out to the POs.
First and 10 now from the 11-yard line, as that's where Morgan went down on the play. 6-0 Shepherd. Rams can get a first down, though, without getting into the end zone. 3 on the play clock. Bagent looks up at the play clock, and it will be a delay of game unless Shepherd got a timeout there, and Ernie McCook did run over and get that timeout, so we will take a 30-second break. It's Shepherd 6, Cal nothing with 12:07 to go in this second quarter. This is Shepherd Rams football on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
We welcome you back to Rams Stadium. 6-0 Shepherd on top of Cal, PA. Nick Verzolini alongside me is Travis Smith. Shout out to our crew, Matt Miller on camera, along with Braden Schaffner, Caden Kemp, and Dylan Bishop. Spencer Dupuis, our on-site producer, and back in the studio is Colin McLaughlin. Our second quarter brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance. In Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive. Call 304-263-3361. 6-0 Shepherd, 12:07 to go in this first half. Tyson Bajan in the shotgun formation. Kenny Edlin, the receiver, to the near side. Cook and Beach lined up to the far side. Ronnie Brown is the back in the backfield to the left of Bajan. Edlin goes in motion. Bajan takes the snap. He's looking for Cook. Back shoulder. Touchdown, Shepherd. Marlon Cook beat Tillman on the back shoulder route, and it's 12-0 Rams with 12:02 to go in this first half.
You can certainly see that is that the Rams offense wanted to create, trying to get Cook versus Tillman. Like we mentioned, Tillman only 5'10", Cook 6'2", so you get down here towards the goal line, you know that fade's going to come, you know that back shoulder is going to come, so that time that's what the Rams did. You put Cook on the wide side of the field, you isolate Tillman on an island, and that's just an easy throw and catch. Bajan to Cook for the touchdown for the Rams.
Jacob Haney's last extra point was blocked. We'll see what he's able to do on this one as the point after is up. And it is good. So 13-0 Shepherd. 12:02 to go in the first half. We're back at 60 seconds. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Want to earn your MBA but don't think you have time? Shepherd University offers two options for employed learners. Choose between our fully online or our in-person programs. You can earn your degree in the evenings while benefiting from Shepherd's top faculty. We're now accepting applications for next semester. Visit www.shepherd.edu/online radio or call 304-876-5313. Again, that's www.shepherd.edu/online radio.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
We welcome you back to Rams Stadium. On the return there, Noah Hamlin. He's tackled by Keyshawn Haley around the 30-yard line. Our other second quarter sponsor here on TV 10 is Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com. Shepherd 13, Cal nothing. 11:56 to go in the second quarter of play. Noah Mitchell and the Cal offense back on the field, Travis, and we'll see if they're able to get something going here. Do they continue to kind of abandon the run or get it established? They'll give it to McCann here, and Journey Dunbar is there to wrap him up, and McCann carries a couple guys on his back to get a positive pickup.
You have to. You have to. It is to your benefit in so many ways to stick with the run, and that's something that the Rams do so well, is that they want to get you away from your original game plan, and they want you chasing points. And once they get you into that game, they know that they can win that game. So it's going to be important for Cal PA to stick to their guns, stick to that run game, most importantly, win on first down with that run game, so you're not going to be in second and long and third and long where those defensive ends can pin their ears back and get upfield and harass your quarterback.
Mitchell Gives to McCann again. This time he bounced off a tackler. Keyshawn Haley comes up and makes the tackle around the 36-yard line. It's about a gain of 1 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 5 for Cal at their own 36-yard line. Volcans looking to make a big play here and continue this drive. They'll make it officially a 3rd and 4 for Cal. Mitchell with 3 receivers to his far side. 1 receiver to the near, and Mitchell takes the snap. Has some time. Rolls out to his right. Kyle Smith now providing pressure, and Mitchell throws incomplete. And once again, Cal will be forced to punt. Kyle Smith's wondering where the flag is. As you can see, his shoulder pad is sticking out of his jersey. But it's 4th down and 4, and Cal will be forced to punt again.
And this is one of the few times that I'm going to disagree with Kyle Smith. That was good blocking that time on the right side of the line by Fritz Kelly Edmond. Also the fullback coming over there and chipping the defensive end. And that's something that you can do with those smaller defensive ends. You really don't have to put a lot of people over there. You can use a tight end, or you can chip with the running back, so you have some options to slow them down. But that was one of the few times that a team was able to block Kyle Smith cleanly. But still, able to get into the backfield and create a little bit of pressure.
Snap is bobbled on the punt by Rosensteel, but nobody was really coming. Dorsey will field it inside his own 20-yard line as it was rolling down, and he is stacked up. So Dorsey didn't come up and make that fair catch. Smartly, I think, picked it up because it would have been, worse field position for Shepherd if he didn't, but still a tough situation here now at the 14-yard line are the Rams. We'll see if they're able to execute on this drive.
And I'm sure the Rams coaching staff will emphasize one point: be decisive. Don't try to go back and forth, because a lot of times that's when mistakes can happen, and you don't want somebody gambling or second-guessing themselves that close to your own goal line. So if you're going to let it go, let it go. You got the offense that can make plays anywhere on the field, so you're not pressed in that matter. But if you're going to come up and catch it, go ahead and catch it and give your offense that much better field position.
They'll run it with Ronnie Brown. Brown gets a block from Brian Walker. He hurdles a man around the 20-yard line and heads out of bounds on the carry there to the far side.
A good block on the backside by Edlin, and Ronnie Brown giving him some advice, trying to tell him where he wants that defender block to give him that lane so he can cut it up inside. But no reason for the Rams to try to force it in the passing game. Get the ball to Ronnie Brown. You're going to wear down that big defensive front for Cal PA. Then at that point, it's your choice. You can pass, you can run. Every option is available once you get that running game established.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams now. After that run by Ronnie Brown, they'll throw quickly, incomplete. Intended for Kenny Edlin again. Good coverage on the play, though, by Kayvon Mormon. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Rams. Touchdowns today. 73-yarder from Ronnie Brown, and then a Marlon Cook back shoulder touchdown. Our scoring drive summaries are brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate. Bajan in the shotgun formation on 2nd down and 10 from the 24-yard line. 13-0 Shepherd. Bajan looks to throw complete. Brian Walker over the middle. Walker stiff arms a man at the midfield stripe and gets all the way down to the 40-yard line. That play has been there for Shepherd twice this season, but it's the first time they hook up here on the 3rd time.
And Walker has really grown. His role has grown in this offense. Like we talked about, a lot of teams try to face Shepherd in a very similar way. They use a lot of two high safeties. They want to keep things in front of them. And one of the counters to that is if you have a good tight end that can get downfield, you attack them over the middle, and that's what Walker was able to do. And Bajan able to deliver a precision pass after taking a pretty good hit from Noah Dillo blitzing up the middle.
1st and 10 now from the Cal side of the field at the 41-yard line. 9 minutes to go in the first half. Bajan looking deep for Marlon Cook. He comes back, makes the catch at the 11-yard line. Tackled by Tillman. Again, he has been the man Shepherd has picked on with that Marlon Cook matchup. And, Cook has the size advantage. Tillman standing at 5'10". Marlon Cook's about 6'2".
And 210 pounds. Tillman, 175 pounds. So whether it be height or size, Cook has a very big advantage, and you could tell that Rams offense, they are targeting number 10. They want to find him and put Cook on him and make something happen. Well, like a similar setup right here. Maybe another back shoulder.
Looking for Cook again. It's almost the same exact play, but it's incomplete. Penalty on the play, going to be pass interference against Shepard.
I'm thinking Cook pushed off a little bit.
Because he did get open there. So if it's against Cal, I'd be surprised here. It is going to go against Cook. So good call, Travis. Give you a white hat.
And Tillman checking out of the game. The Vulcan coaching staff realizing that maybe not the matchup that they want to present out there on the field. So maybe you go with one of their bigger defensive backs, and they have quite a few. A lot of their defensive backs are in the 6'1", 6'2" range. So maybe put a bigger body on Cook, and you'll just take your chances that they're going to be athletic enough and fast enough to not get burned deep. But right now you got to match size for size because Cook is just imposing his will against the smaller defender in Tillman.
Looks like Siegel has that matchup now. He is a 6 foot, 200-pound sophomore. 13-0 Shepherd. 8:29 to go in the first half. Bajan in the offense now backed up to the 25-yard line. First and goal from the 25. They're looking for Brian Walker. He makes the over-shoulder catch. Knocked out at the 2-yard line. It'll be second down and goal for the Rams. Brian Walker having a good day.
It was quiet last week versus Edinburgh. Only one catch for 8 yards. But certainly being a larger part of the offense today. And again, it's just that another weapon. It just tight ends are just so difficult to cover because if they're fast, you really can't put a linebacker on them. But if they're big, you really can't put a defensive back on them. There's just a mismatch problem.
Give it to Ronnie Brown on second and goal from the 2. An excellent job of getting off the block and making the play from Kevon Mormon. But a flag does come in. I believe it's going to go against the Rams, so this will back him up again. It's going to be holding against Shepherd. Brian Walker again being called for holding.
And for something on that, and to Walker's defense on that, that looked like that was a play that was designed to go inside. So Walker is setting up, getting leverage to block for an inside run. So when Ronnie Brown bounces it outside, Walker's still engaged with that defender. So as that defender turns to run away to make that tackle, it's going to be a hold, and it's right there on the edge, right in front of the referee. So that time, Ronnie Brown didn't do his teammate any favors by bouncing it outside, and that's one of the results is when you're not running the ball where you're supposed to and you try to bounce it outside, you run the risk of getting those holding penalties on the edge.
Timeout taken here by Cal, PA, with 7:45 to go in this first half. It's 13-0 Shepherd. Rams have it second and goal from the 12-yard line, Travis.
And I'm looking over at the Rams offensive coaches, and he's over there talking to Ronnie Brown. I can just tell from the hand movements, I know what he's saying. We called that play up the middle. You need to run that thing up the middle. Well, down towards the goal line, and when you bounce it outside like that, you're going to run the risk of getting that holding penalty. So Walker may have got dinged for the penalty, but that was more Ronnie Brown's doing than it was Walker. Walker was blocking the play that was supposed to be run, and Ronnie Brown just a little bit too eager to bounce it outside and get it in the end zone. So sometimes just a little bit of situational awareness that you need out of your running back. Much like quarterbacks, you got to be aware of down the distance, game situations. It's no different for running backs. You got to realize when it's down there in the goal line and that coach calls an inside play, you better get your butt right down there in the middle and pound it in.
Typically, when Ronnie Brown bounces to the outside, you don't question it.
No, not at all. But down towards the goal line, towards the goal line, you can't do it.
Second and goal here from the 12 with 7:45 to go in the first half. It's 13-0 Shepherd. Rams looking to add to that lead. It's 3 receivers to the far side for Bajent and the offense. Brown goes from right to left. Walker in there at tight end to the left of Chandler Brown. Bajent takes the snap, throws underneath, incomplete, off the hand of Ryan Beach. It'll be a 3rd and goal for Shepherd from the 12.
Ryan Beach, this hasn't seemed to have been himself so far early on in the going. I mean, you look at that Southern Connecticut game. Yes, he has 3 touchdowns, and that's a tremendous game. Only 78 receiving yards.
Yeah.
He had 6 receptions in that game, so it was a lot of dink and dunk stuff and not a lot of run after the catch. Last week, Reed Martin was in his hip pocket all day long. He had negative receiving yards, and so far today, it just doesn't seem like he has that burst that he exploded onto the scene with last year for this Rams offensive unit.
3rd and goal from the 12. Bagent looking to throw again. Under some pressure, throws incomplete. He wanted Ronnie Brown there in the flat, and if he could have got it to him, it might have been a touchdown because no one was standing very close to number 30. But it'll be 4th down and goal, and the Rams will attempt a field goal.
And Jack Kalecki that time supplying the pressure. The 6'3", 225-pound sophomore from Vandergrift, PA. And that Cal PA defense able to get pressure, able to consistently collapse that pocket, making Tyson Bagent uncomfortable, making him have to move around a little bit. And you're going to have some more success or a better chance of success if you get him off his platform and make him take those checkdowns.
29-yard field goal attempt here from Jacob Haney is up, and it is no good. Haney misses the field goal. Another flag coming in here on special teams. As Haney can't hit from 29. That's, a kicker that's in a... The official was saying the kick was good, but the kick was not good on that play. Now here's the correction that it was no good. Unsportsmanlike against Shepherd. So that's going to give Cal decent field position here to start this drive after the missed 29-yard field goal.
And a play like that could have been the spark that Cal PA needed. That was one of my keys coming into today's game, is that Cal PA is going to have to get some big plays on special teams. So that time the Rams not able to connect on the 29-yard field goal. And after that, like we've mentioned, this has been a chippy game so far. Neither team shy about exchanging unpleasantries out there on the field, but the referees have been on top of it. They're going to throw flags. They're going to set the tone early on that they don't want things escalating beyond that point. And it's going to give this Vulcan offense a chance to get the ball, momentum on their side a little bit, and great field position. So see if they can get that running game going and see if they can get that play-action pass game going. But it's going to be critical for them to take advantage of these opportunities, because the Rams are only going to continue to put on points. Even though they've been slowed down a bit today because they're facing a good defense, they're going to score points. You're going to have to score a lot of points in order for you to have a chance to beat the Shepherd Rams.
So it'll be 1st down and 10 for Cal from the 35-yard line, their own 35. Noah Mitchell on the offense back onto the field. Can they find some holes in this Shepherd defense? McCann is the running back here on 1st down and 10. Mitchell takes the snap, throws quickly, incomplete, sailed it. Intended there on the play for Malik Langley again. It'll be 2nd and 10. Mitchell's had some issues today. I think a lot of that might have to do with that pressure that Shepherd's got on him at times. And even though he hasn't been sacked a ton, he has taken some hits back there. And there he sailed that pass for Langley. 2nd down and 10 from the 35-yard line. Mitchell takes the snap. They'll run McCann. He had a hole, but it quickly was sealed there on the edge. Solomon Alexander made that tackle.
And the Rams have been platooning defensive lines in and out. They have 2 completely different units, so this is more their pass rush, getting after the quarterback unit with Smith and Holloway out there. And then Dunbar in that unit, that's more their run-heavy, bigger up front like we mentioned. The Cal PA offensive line has some size and ability up front, and the Rams just using their depth and wealth of talent up front to try to match that massive offensive line.
Yeah, if you see Muley and Bednarski in there on the interior too, it's probably more of a run defense. But here's a wide open Jaquail Jackson, and Jackson is going to take it into the end zone. Touchdown, Cal. 65 yards, Noah Mitchell to Jaquail Jackson, and it's 13-6 with 6:39 to go in this first half.
And no doubt about it that time, Dante Harrison got cooked on that play. Maybe he thought that he had safety help inside, but there was no help to be had. And Jackson, you could just see it. He just has the body tight, extend the field, go up and get the ball. He's an all-around threat at the wide receiver position.
So the momentum Cal needed comes on that 65-yard touchdown. We got a flag here on the extra point. As it looked like the left guard fell over there. So I'm going to guess he was pushed, and it's going to be on all sides against Shepherd.
You know, you got to sell the fake. You have the hard count, and he takes the hit. He's going to sell it.
Anthony Betko will attempt this point after for Cal, but 13-6, 6:39, to go in the first half. 65-yard touchdown pass from Mitchell to Jackson. Gets Cal on the board. Extra point is up, and it is good. 13-7. Shepherd still leading, but Cal gets a touchdown. 65 yards, 6:39 to go in this first half. We're back at 60. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
We welcome you back to Ram Stadium. Shepherd takes this kickoff return. Ball came out. It's Cal. Thinks they have it on the return. And the Vulcans do have the football. Wow, what a change in events this could be before halftime, Travis. 6:32 to go. And Shepherd fumbles the kickoff return. Where they fielded that about 3-4 yards deep, you'd think they were just going to take it for a kneel and give the ball at the 20-yard line, but fumble on the kickoff return, and that sets up Cal now just outside the red zone at the Shepherd 21-yard line.
And another miscue early on here for Ronnie Brown. That time he brought the ball out of the end zone. Maybe should have stayed in just to get the ball back in the offense's hands, but he was able to get it out and looked like he had a lane. It looked like his eyes got a little bit too big, too fast as he ran through that lane and really didn't protect the ball, and the defender was able to reach out and smack it out of his hands and get the ball in the back of hands of Cal PA.
Now Mitchell fumbles the snap. He'll dive on top of it at around the 31-yard line. So issues holding on to the ball. I don't think any raindrops have fallen onto the field or anything, but both teams nearly turn it over.
But it is a little warm on the field, so still early on in the football season. So arms can get sweaty, hands can get sweaty. So sometimes even in a warm game where it's not raining, still may have some difficulty getting a firm grip on the football.
That's a good point, Travis. Under 6 minutes to go here in this first half. Mitchell takes the snap, throws, complete to Jackson. Coming up, making the tackle there on the play is Clayton Batten. He'll be second down.
Jackson showing his abilities here today, able to take it downfield, to take the top off the defense, but also skilled enough to work in underneath, find those soft spots in the zone, sit down, show the quarterback his numbers, and he's able to make the catch. And we already know he's quite dangerous after the catch.
Third down and 9, as that first play was a fumble, not a penalty. So 3rd and 9 for Cal. Mitchell in the shotgun, McCann the back to his left. Mitchell looking to throw under some heat. Avoids the rush. Kyle Smith steps up, makes some pressure. Pass falls incomplete. Batted in coverage. Pass intended for what looked to be Langley again, but he couldn't haul it in. It'll be 4th down, and the field goal unit is on for Cal. Be a 37-yarder here for the kicker. Go.
Noah Mitchell has been under duress. You see a lot of times you can see that he's been practicing his during quarterback individual using those scramble drills. He's had to use it all today.
Petco's 37-yarder is no good. So that fumble by Ronnie Brown on the kickoff doesn't hurt. The Rams defense gets a huge stop, Travis.
And those are the opportunities that you can't miss out on. You're not going to get very many going up against the team of caliber of Shepherd Rams. So when you have them, you have to come away with something. That Rams defense able to rise to the challenge. And again, if you're not winning on 1st down, you really play to the advantage of the defense that time. It was a mishandled snap. That's going to take you back about 5 or 6 yards. Now you're in 2nd and long, and the defense has all the advantage because they know that you have to come out and play it very conservative, and the Rams just doing a good job of staving off that Cal PA rally.
Bajan and the offense now back on the football field. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. In total on that drive, you ran 4 plays, you gained 1 yard, and here's a run with Ronnie Brown up the middle. Finds a little bit of room there. After a short gain, it'll be 2nd down for Shepherd. Gerald Brown in on the tackle. 13-7 Shepherd. 4:48 to go in the first half.
Brown's helmet comes off, so he's going to have to step out of play at least before he's able to check back into the game. Gage Hill steps on the field to replace him.
Bagent gives to Ronnie Brown again. He bounces this one to the outside. Makes a juke move at around the 29-yard line before he is tackled on the play. Coming up and making that play is Matt Toby for Cal, and it will be 3rd down for Shepherd. 3rd and about 1.
And you can see Ronnie Brown is pressing a little bit here so far today. He's had a couple of monster games to get the season going. And right now he's looking for those big plays, but sometimes you're going to miss out on some of the fundamental plays that you need to set up those big plays. So he just needs to settle himself down, take what the defense gives you, and eventually those big plays will come. But don't try to force it.
3rd and 1 from the 29. They'll give it to Brown. Doesn't find much room. I'm not certain if he got that 1st down or not.
Looks like they're moving the sticks.
He did just barely find some room there. Looked like Gerald Brown was in on that tackle again, along with several Cal Vulcans, but it will be 1st down and 10 for Shepherd as Brown just finds about 2 yards on the carry to move the ball to the 31-yard line. Bagent in the shotgun, Brown to his left. 3:22 to go in the first half. Cal shows a little bit of pressure off the edge. They do bring some pressure. Throw it complete underneath. Ball comes out. Brian Walker coughed it up, but dives back on top of it. And the fumble kind of results in a positive play there.
Sometimes when the ball's bouncing your way. The friendly home field bounce, that time for the Rams, able to maintain possession.
So ball will be spotted at the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 4. Be 2nd down and 6. Ronnie Brown forced to run off again. Not certain if his helmet came off again or if he just needed to get off the field. But Avon Holly, or this time it's Ronnie Brown. Earlier is Gerald Brown who was forced off.
Yeah.
So the Browns are losing helmets here. But Avon Holly will check into the backfield now on a 2nd down and 6 for Shepherd. 2:40 to go in the first half. Bagent stands in the shotgun formation, awaits the snap from Adam Stilley, sends Holly in motion. Bagent pumps once, now throws back shoulder, complete, caught by Marlon Cook into Cal territory. And hey, Travis, it's the matchup. Tillman again, the man in coverage.
Rams offensive coordinator, there's no secret as to where he wants to go with the ball. They've identified that matchup that's in their favor, and it's Cook versus Tillman, and it has paid dividends every single time that Tyson Bagent has elected to throw to that side. So we're going to see that matchup throughout today's game. We get Cook matched up one-on-one with Tillman. Right now, Tillman is coming out on the short end of that exchange.
Offensive coordinator Tyler Haynes in his first season with Shepherd, after Jesse Carell decided to leave the program for personal reasons. Bagent takes the snap, throws behind Marlon Cook, and incomplete. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 40-yard line. 1:46 to go in this first half. It's Shepherd 13, Cal 7. Rams have it at the 40-yard line of Cal, looking to extend this lead. Last time they got on the Cal side of the field, it was a missed field goal from 29 yards from Jacob Haney.
Tyson Bagent did his wide receiver a favor that play, throwing the ball behind him, because if he led him into the middle, Noah Dillo was right there waiting for Cooks and not wanting to get his wide receiver blown up. Throws it behind him.
Throws incomplete, intended for E.J. Morgan. I think he was expecting a comeback route to the outside, and Morgan was looking to take the top off the defense.
And that's the thing with those option routes. You need your wide receiver and the quarterback to see the same thing the same way and come to the same conclusion. And that time, Tyson Bagent, seeing the coverage, felt it should have been a comeback, but Morgan continued down the field. Lucky that the plays like that don't turn into interceptions.
3rd down and 10, some movement up front. I believe that should go against Cal. It looks like Gerald Brown had encroached, I should say, Joey Fisher there to move, but
they're saying it's on Shepherd.
It's going against Shepherd. I believe that was Fisher who will be called for the false start. So we'll bring up 3rd down and 15 for Shepherd now from the 45-yard line. 1:42 to go.
A lot of penalties in today's game. Not a real good rhythm to
racking them up.
Yeah, both sides, both teams.
First half has taken about an hour and 13 minutes, so the penalty is certainly contributing to a pretty long first half here. 1:42 to go in this first half. Bagent under some pressure, avoids the rush. Now he's brought down. Just relentless effort there on the play from Ibrahim Sagnio. It looked like Bagent was going to escape, but he just couldn't.
And that's one of the things when you have those defensive tackles that command so much attention. When you send those blitzes, they're going to be really effective because those offensive linemen are occupied with those offensive linemen are going to be occupied with those 2 big D tackles. So that way linebackers are able to get through untouched, and they've been able to get into the backfield and flush Tyson Bagent out successfully here early on in the game.
So 1:30 to go, 4th down and 15. It's longer than that now. It's going to be 4th and 20, I should say. And I would think Ryan Barrick's going to come on and punt, but Cal taking a timeout here to save themselves some time. 1:30 to go, down by 6.
They still have a timeout in their pocket.
And Cal does get the football to start the second half.
So for them to be able to come away with any points on this drive would be huge.
And they're definitely going to be thinking about that last drive that didn't result in any points. But Ryan Barrick will kick it away for the Rams. Tarrant standing back at his own 7-yard line for Cal PA. Here's the punt from Barrick. High kick. And it's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. Not exactly what Ryan Barrick wanted there, as that will set Cal up at their own 25-yard line with 1:23 to go in this first half. And opportunity here, Travis, for Cal to get some points before halftime. And as we said, they get the ball to start the second half.
That was the first punt in a while that didn't result in an unsportsmanlike conduct on either one of the
special teams play in a while that didn't result in that.
You know, it takes a special personality type to get out there and play special teams, so no surprise that sometimes it can spill over and get penalized, but there you go.
Since it was a punt ball on the 20, not the 25 on the touchback there. First down and 10. Mitchell in the shotgun formation. He'll take the snap. They'll hand it off. This time it's not McCann in the backfield. That is Malik McGriff, number 33.
Malik McGriff coming over from Clarion, was injured last season, had a medical red shirt, but still able to rack up 202 yards.
Lost a yard on that one. Second down and 11. Under a minute to go. Mitchell going to hand it to McGriff again. McGriff bouncing off players before he's brought down on the play by Kyle Smith. So interesting that Cal electing to pretty much just run out the clock before halftime. I thought they'd be aggressive. Still had a timeout left.
Maybe they're happy with the situation. They're still within one score. They know they're getting the ball back to begin the second half, so no really reason to try to risk it here at the end of the first half. But Malik McGriff, he is a good player in his own right when healthy. Back in 2019, was named to the 2019 All-PSAC West first team.
Mitchell rolls out to the left, throws down the field, and caught on that far sideline, but out of bounds, incomplete. With 9.7 seconds to go in the first half. I thought he might have had a chance to get a foot in there, but...
In the reaction of the Rams defenders, they're going to say that it was a catch. I thought his knee may have been down out of bounds, but apparently he was able to secure the catch with that 1 foot in to pick up a big gain for that Vulcans offense.
So it'll be a first down and 10 from the 45-yard line of Shepherd with 9.7 seconds. Now you have that timeout, Travis. If you're able to get a play downfield, it appears there was a penalty on the play as well, so that will move the ball all the way to the 31-yard line. So a few more yards you can get in field goal position, and you still have maybe time for a shot at the end zone here as well with just under 10 seconds. 9.7 left for Noah Mitchell and the Cal offense. Mitchell takes the snap, looks to throw. Complete near sideline, out of bounds. That is Tarrant on the reception with 4.7 seconds. They're going to bring the field goal unit on. It's a chance to get within 3 all of a sudden. And that's why you question maybe being a little bit conservative there at the beginning of the drive. But Betco will attempt this field goal. I mean, you're playing Shepherd. You got to score points. I would have been probably a little bit more aggressive there. But you still have a chance to get a field goal. It'll be about a 31-yarder, or 41-yarder, excuse me. That kick was no good, but timeout called before the kick.
Bernie McCook trying to supply a little ice to the Vulcans kicker. But that was a good job. You give the snap off and you give your kicker a chance to kind of get a practice try at it, see what adjustments he needs to make. So sometimes it might not be the best thing to do is trying to ice the kicker because you run the risk of them making that adjustment and knocking the next one through.
And he did miss that one from 41, so relatively long kick here from Betco. With Cal trailing 13-7. They're going to put 4.7 seconds back on the clock. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith, happy to have you with us. Following this play, we will take a break, and then we'll have the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. And also at the half, we'll hear from Colin McLaughlin back in the studio, who will have some college football from Division I and Division II scores for you.
And the holder for Cal PA is Cam Tarrant, the wide receiver. 5'9", 135 pounds. He's 5'9", so I mean he's down pretty low to begin with. But he has good hands, but it also gives you potential for a trick play on special teams because you have a very good athlete that has the ball in his hand. So there's always that potential of the Vulcans trying to get a little tricky here to close out the first half.
Betko on to attempt what will be a 41-yard field goal. We await this kick from Anthony Betko. On the season, he entered today's game 2 for 2. His long was 36. He did miss earlier, though, from I believe 37.
This is a much better field goal unit than what we saw last week out of Edinboro. Poor Reed Martin had so many hats that he had to wear on the team. And
very good punter, but not really a
good place
great kicker.
And the struggles that they had, I was like, at that point, the coaching staff, they need to go to the soccer coach at Edinboro, buy him a six-pack or whatever he's drinking, and be like, I need a guy. Just send me a guy. We need a kicker.
Especially when you have 6 trips to the red zone and no points. Not all of that, obviously, on the kicker, but you want to get those points when you can.
Yeah.
As they're having some clock issues here to get the 4.7 seconds. That's the delay. And now the official announcing that they'll keep it on the field, the clock. So Betko here from 41. Again, his long on the year is 36. Ball in the near hash. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up. Looks good. And it is good from Anthony Betko from 41. So the ice in the kicker from Ernie McCook might have came back to hurt the Rams because Betko missed that previous attempt. And here at the half, it's Shepherd 13, Edinboro 10. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We're back in 2 minutes with the halftime show.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Think you are too busy working to earn your degree? Think again. Shepherd University is now offering online degree programs. You can earn a master's degree online in curriculum and instruction or a Master of Business Administration. And registered nurses can complete their BSN online too. Learn how to take the next step in your career at shepherd.edu/online radio. Earn your MBA or Master of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction. Learn more at shepherd.edu/online radio.
We're at the half. Time for a scoring recap, stats and analysis, scores from around the PSAC and Super Region 1, the Division I Top 25, and the latest on the West Virginia University Mountaineers and Marshall University Thundering Herd. Let's get it started as we go back to the field and rejoin our TV 10 broadcast team.
Welcome you back to Rams Stadium here as we get into the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show. Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Nick Verzolini, Travis Smith here on the halftime show. Our score, Shepherd 13, Cal 10. And we will give you some halftime stats here. We'll start with the Rams offense. And Tyson Bagent. Bagent 17 of 27 in that first half, 274 yards, 2 touchdowns
for him. And on the ground, Ronnie Brown, 5 carries, just 24 yards. That's 4.8 yards a carry, but not getting those normal touches that we were used to see from Ronnie Brown. He also has 2 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown. Marlon Cook, 4 catches, 71 yards. Brian Walker, 4 catches, 70 yards. E.J. Morgan in his first game back from injury, 2 catches, 30 yards. Ryan Beach, 3 catches, 19 yards. Those are the Shepherd offensive stats. What kind of stands out to you, Travis, about this Shepherd offense in the first half? What are some things that you think are kind of maybe holding things back from a huge first half? I mean, it's weird because Bajan has nearly 300 yards here at halftime, but Shepherd only has 13 points.
And you have to take your hat off to that Cal PA defense. They've done a good job of tackling in space. They're not allowing a lot of run after catch. They haven't made that adjustment to get Tillman off of Cook, and the Rams have made them pay for that. And also Brian Walker turning up huge. You have so many weapons to worry about on that Rams offense. It's easy for the tight end to kind of get lost in the shuffle, and Walker's been able to make them pay for that. But like you mentioned, Ronnie Brown not getting the touches that he needs in the running game, and once you kind of get one-dimensional, I think that kind of plays into the hands of the defense. And Cal PA, I'm sure they're happy to see that Ronnie Brown isn't running the ball as much as he has in previous games, because it's kind of helping them limit those big plays, and they can kind of play a little bit more one-dimensional offense, but just a good defense. It isn't so much what the Rams aren't doing, it's what Cal PA is doing, and they're able to get pressure up front. They're having effective blitzes. A lot of times that Rams offensive line is so good, they communicate so well, they're savvy, high IQ football players. They're able to diagnose those blitzes and pick them up very well. The reason that they're not able to do that as effective today is because of those 2 big defensive linemen for Cal PA are doing a good job of, one, supplying some pressure up the middle, which no quarterback likes to contend with. And while they're eating up those blocks, those linebackers are able to come through practically untouched on blitzes, and that's forcing Tyson Bajan out of the pocket. He is athletic, he is mobile, but he would prefer to stay in that pocket and deal from the pocket. But once you get him off of his platform and force him to take checkdowns, it's going to be to your advantage on the defensive side of the ball. So hats off to Cal PA for coming in with a good game plan. Plus, there's no shortage of talented players on that side of the ball for the Vulcans.
We'll give you some Shepherd defensive stats as well here at the half. Devin Lynch, 4 tackles, leading the way. Kyle Smith has 2. Grantham has 2 as well. Those are some of the leaders. Malik Holloway has a sack in that first half. Grantham has a pass breakup along with Pena. And then some Cal statistics. Jaquail Jackson with his 4 catches, 89 yards, including that 64-yard touchdown reception. Xavier has 2 catches for 11 yards, and Tarrant with 1 catch for 7 yards. McCann on the ground, 7 carries, just 23 yards. That's 3.3 yards a carry. Still, though, when you compare that to what Shepherd's given up per game, 25 yards per game in these first 2 games, there's been a little bit of success here for Cal at the half. McGriff also had 3 yards rushing, and Noah Mitchell, 7 of 16. It's 43%. 107 yards, 64 though of those yards coming on that long pass play. So Cal's had a little bit of success moving the football, and they're only down 3 at the half. A lot of the credit, I think, goes to the defense, but there's been a few big plays from the Cal offense as well, Travis.
Because the Rams defense has yet to come up with an answer for Jaquail Jackson. He's just been super tough to try to cover. His speed can beat you deep down the field, but he's also a skilled route runner, and he's able to get catches underneath and make it happen after the catch. So the Rams really haven't had a chance to try to establish any type of foothold against him, and that's the thing that makes it tough to cover Jackson, because he's surrounded by a couple of very good wide receivers. You have Malik Langley, you have Cam Tarrant, so it's not that you can really focus all of your resources on Jackson, because you have 2 other wide receivers that can really hurt you. We talked about Malik McGriff at the end of that half, and he can kind of be a change of pace from Eric McCann III. McCann, 5'10", 210. He's more of a downhill thumper, which they used him with early on in the game. They got away from that a little bit in the second quarter, but McGriff can come in, give you a little bit of speed to the perimeter. Not only that, he has very good hands coming out of the backfield. You look back at that 2019 season where he was named PSAC West first-team running back, had 13 catches for 75 yards, so he is a player that can leak out at the pass protection. If he doesn't have to pick anybody up, he can kind of leak out, find a soft spot in the zone, and give his quarterback a good target. But right now, the Rams defense, what they're doing so well is that they're able to harass Noah Mitchell. There hasn't been a time that Mitchell's been able to drop back and throw a pass off one time. A lot of times, as soon as his back foot hits, he's having to step up in the pocket to avoid that rush from Holloway and Smith off the edge, and then he's having to leak out to either side. Mitchell is mobile, but that's not his game. He wants to stay back there in the pocket and find those wide receivers.
And we'll run down some interesting team stats here at the half. Neither team has ran the football well. Shepherd averaging 2.4 yards a carry. Cal just 1.5 yards on the ground. Time of possession pretty much even here at half. The penalties, though, 12 penalties between the two teams. Shepherd has 9 penalties for 130 yards. Cal 3 penalties for 40 yards. And Shepherd's third down efficiency, neither team really having success on third down, but the Rams are 2 for 7. We haven't really seen that in the first couple of games. They've been pretty good on third down. Not Edinburgh, but Cal is 3 of 8 here at the half on third down. So those were kind of some things that stood out to me from the team stats. Those are your first half stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158. And then, Travis, we will take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll hear from Colin McLaughlin. He'll have the halftime scoreboard show. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome into the halftime scoreboard show in the WRNR TV studio. I'm Colin McLaughlin, as at the half, the Shepherd Rams currently lead California, Pennsylvania by a score of 13-10. Let's now get into some other scores from around the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference, starting with halftime from Gannon, in which Gannon leads Westchester 23-17. 13 minutes, 42 seconds to go in the third quarter. It is Edinburgh currently on top of Bloomsburg, 10-7. With 12 minutes and 32 seconds to go in the third quarter, it is Mercyhurst still leading Kutztown 24-23. But Kutztown has scored a touchdown in the third quarter. 11:15 to go. It is East Stroudsburg leading Seton Hill 9-0. At the half, Slippery Rock is dominating Millersville. Slippery Rock leads 28-7. Just at the start of the second quarter, IUP leads Shippensburg 14-0, and at 2 p.m., Clarion and Lockhaven will kick off. Those are your scores from around the PSAC. Let's now get into NCAA Division I football scores, starting with the West Virginia Mountaineers, which is currently going on Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM, 740 AM, and the Mountaineers currently leading Towson 14-7 with 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Some other games currently going on in the top 25 for Division I. Almost at halftime, 18 seconds left. Number 1 Georgia on top of South Carolina, 24-0. With 3 minutes to go in the second quarter, number 4 Michigan leads UConn 38-0. 4 minutes, 58 seconds to go in the second quarter. Number 6 Oklahoma leads Nebraska 28-7. At the half, number 9 Kentucky leads Youngstown State 21-0. Also at the half, it is number 17 Baylor leading Texas State 21-7. Kicking off at 3:30, it will be number 12 BYU and number 25 Oregon. Also at 3:30, number 20 Ole Miss will take on Georgia Tech. Number 22 Penn State will take on Auburn. And at 4 p.m., Alabama, the number 2 team in the country, takes on UL Monroe. At 5 p.m., Liberty takes on number 19 Wake Forest. And at 7 p.m., number 3 Ohio State takes on Toledo. Number 8 Oklahoma State takes on Arkansas Pine Bluff. Number 10 Arkansas takes on Missouri State. Number 15 Tennessee takes on Akron. Number 16 NC State goes up against Texas Tech. And number 11 Michigan State kicks off at Washington at 7:30. Also at 7:30, number 18 Florida takes on South Florida. Number 23 Pittsburgh takes on Western Michigan. And at 8 p.m., number 5 Clemson takes on Louisiana Tech. Number 21 Texas takes on UTSA. Number 13 Miami takes on number 24 Texas A&M at 9 p.m. And at 10 p.m., it's number 14 Utah against San Diego State. And at 10:30 on Fox, it's number 7 USC against Fresno State. That is your halftime scoreboard show. We'll take another 2-minute break and send it back to Nick and Travis for the second half, where Shepherd leads California of PA 13-10.
Every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We welcome you back to Rams Stadium. 13-10, Shepherd here at the half. Nick Verzolini alongside me, Travis Smith, as Shepherd just about ready to get things started for this second half. Travis, pretty entertaining first half between these two teams, and at the half they honored some of the championship teams for Shepherd, along with Shepherd Hall of Famer Walter Barr, who they named the locker room after. Coach Barr was with the team from 1971 to 1985 and a part of some of those championship teams that they honored here at the half.
And that's something. You have a proud tradition here of Shepherd football, and always nice when you're out here in front of the home fans, and you couldn't ask for a more beautiful day as far as weather. You're able to go out there and show some recognition to some of those players that came before and established that tradition that these players today are proud to carry on and add to, and possibly add their names to the record books.
And Travis, you wanted to talk about the origin of the Cal football team name.
I think you wanted to talk about the origin of the Cal football team.
You were bringing it up to me, or at least what a Vulcan is.
You seemed quite intrigued about what a Vulcan is. Well, a Vulcan is the Roman god of fire and metalworking. So there you go.
Not certain what that has to do with Cal. I guess maybe metal steel.
Working. There we go. We're putting
Close
it together.
To Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we're connecting dots.
There we go. All right. Well, now we have broken it down and we understand the team.
There we go.
Could it be the fighting? Add fighting to it.
Well, he's already working with fire and bending metal.
Right, but
he's rowdy enough.
We wanted fighting owls. I guess because an owl isn't very.
Well, owl's pretty aggressive. If you're a field mouse, owl is aggressive enough.
The fighting Rams.
There you go. Well, Rams, they're pretty rowdy. They like to butt heads. It's implied.
In a few weeks, we'll have the headbutting bowl between Shepherd and Westchester. Golden Rams versus just regular old Rams. Looking forward to that one. Of course, next week we got Kutztown. I think it's kind of Shepherd's rival in the PSAC with the close games they've played over the years, and then their actual regional rival in Shippensburg on the schedule coming up as well, as it will be back-to-back road games following these back-to-back home games for Shepherd. 13-10 our score here at the half, and we got about 20 seconds before that second half kickoff. Travis, what are some things these teams need to do to get this win based on how they played in the first half?
Well, I think the Rams need to go more to the run game. They started using Ronnie Brown a bit more towards the end of the first half. I think that's something that they need to do a little bit more here in the second half, just to try to make that defense stay honest, because right now they're playing very good defense on the back end. The Vulcans, you've got to come up with an answer and try to get Tillman off of Cook. That's the matchup that Shepherd wanted to exploit coming into today's game. They've had a lot of success at it, so the Vulcans are going to have to make that change if they want that defense to really try to tighten the knot a little bit around that Rams offense. You're holding them to 13 points and a half. Not too many teams can make that boast since Tyson Bajan has been quarterback at Shepherd. So they're doing things very well, but if you're looking to add that extra oomph on the defensive side of the ball, that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to come up with something where Tillman isn't going to be exposed to that one-on-one matchup with Cook. And on offense, they've got to do a bit better job protecting for their quarterback. Noah Mitchell's had a hard time just dropping back and throwing a pass on time. He hasn't had a chance to do it yet today, so they're going to have to do a better job of protecting up front. And the Rams defense, just keep doing what you're doing, but limit those big plays. The Rams got to come up with some answers of their own to try to slow down Jackson, because Jackson is working in concert with two other very good wide receivers, and Cam Tarrant and Malik Langley. So they got to find a way that they can get a matchup or some type of double team look that's going to try to slow down Jackson here in the second half, because you figure he's going to be a big part of that Vulcan offense here in the second half.
All right, as we get ready for the second half kickoff, Haney kicks it away, fielded at around the 3-yard line by Hamlin. Hamlin has a seam across the 30-yard line before he is brought down. Our second half kickoff brought to you by the Neon Moon Tavern, located at 4529 Shepherdstown Road in Martinsburg. Also the host of the Monday Night Mayhem show that we have every Monday with Spencer, along with Colin and the Beast, Travis Bajent, and the head coach, Shepherd Rams head coach Ernie McCook also joins the guys on the program. So Monday Night Mayhem from 6 to 8 at the Neon Moon Tavern. Our second half kickoff brought to you by them. 13-10 Shepherd here at the half, or as the second half begins. Noah Mitchell in the shotgun formation. McCann the back throw quickly complete to Jackson. Jackson throws a stiff arm to Donnell Howard before he is shoved out of bounds, about a yard shy of that first down marker. Be second down and 1 for Cal.
And Jackson lucky that wasn't called face mask on that play. He got his fingers wrapped into Howard's face mask and pulled him down as he was trying to escape the tackle. You're right there on the edge. The sideline official was right there, so fortunate for Jackson not to get penalized on that play.
Second and 1 from the 39. Mitchell hands off McCann. Stutter steps in the hole. Has the first down. Malik Holloway coming up making the tackle, leading the charge for the Rams. But it will be 1st and 10 for Cal as he got right to that 40-yard line. Move the sticks.
That was a generous spot that time. It didn't look like McCann had quite made the sticks on that play, or at least something where you maybe call for a measurement, but
he got it by a whole yard there.
Yeah, the referees are disagreeing with us.
So 2-yard pickup makes it 1st and 10 now from the 41. I thought he had the first down, but it was definitely right on the sticks. They move it to a whole yard forward. Here's McCann again on the carry, fighting forward before being thrown down by Anelia Pena there, the initial tackler. Be second down and long for Cal. Coming out, though, establishing the run to start the second half. Travis, a 2-yard pickup on the play. Be 2nd and 8.
Establishing run. They first went with a high percentage pass on first down to get some yards. This time they go with a big run up front, a counter tray action with that right guard and tackle pulling to the backside of the play. The Rams defense, again, they might bite on that initial fake, but they're so fast and athletic that they're seemingly always able to recover and really bottle up a play and keep it from getting its full potential.
2nd and 8 from the 43. Throw to Mitchell, complete into Shepherd territory. Batting in on the tackle. On the reception there is Langley. Actually, that appeared maybe it'd be Israel Xavier in on that reception.
Looks like Cal PA has shortened up their pass routes, just trying to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands just a little bit quicker, using some underneath stuff. They realize that the defense is going to back off, worried about the speed on the outside, so they're going to take advantage of that and throw some quick throws to the perimeter, see if they can get some run after the catch.
First drive of the third quarter, there's McCann. He's dancing but not finding much room. Nathan Muley able to string it out. Kyle Smith coming up and making the tackle for Shepherd. Will be 2nd and long for California, PA.
And the Rams is seemingly on those 1st and 2nd down, leaving in their bigger defensive front, and then on 3rd down or long passing situations, they'll bring in that other defensive line unit with pass rushers Holloway and Smith giving pressure off the edge.
Loss of 1 on the play. Mitchell pumps once, dumps it down to McCann. He sheds off one tackler. McCann breaks off another, gets it down inside the 35-yard line. McCann close to the first down marker, and it will be a first down for Cal. So move the chains again, as this has been a very good first drive of this second half.
And again, it's just quick, high percentage throws, getting the ball quickly out of your quarterback's hands. And McCann last week had 2 catches for 20 yards versus touchdown, so he is a capable receiver out of the backfield.
Play action, fake it to McCann, throw underneath, complete. There's Tarrant in on the reception. And really everybody getting involved in the offense as well on this first drive. We've seen Jackson come off a catch, Tarrant with a reception as well, and McCann doing some good things in both the ground and passing game.
And Tarrant, they have him listed as 135 pounds in the press book, and he looks every bit of it out there.
Still able to make some big plays, though, even
Absolutely.
with his size. A 6-yard pickup, 2nd down and 4 Mitchell again complete the Tarrant underneath. No, he dropped it that time. So incomplete, will remain second down, or will go to third down at 4. I should say it remains a 4-yard for the first down. 3rd and 4 for Cal. 11:04 to go in this third quarter. It's 13-10 Shepherd. But Cal starting this second half of a good drive, moving the ball here to the 30-yard line.
Eating clock, getting first downs, and most importantly, keeping that potent Rams offense on the sidelines.
Mitchell adjusting at the line of scrimmage. McCann is the back to the right of Mitchell. He'll take the snap. Throw quick for Jackson, complete. Right at the sticks. Bannon in the coverage, makes the tackle. And it'll be a first down for Cal.
And Jackson is just such a tough cover because he's a complete wide receiver. He's not just going to be a deep ball guy. He's going to be a player that can go over the middle, much like Stanfield did last week, but he also has the speed to take the top off of the defense. Just a tough cover all around. Just a quality wide receiver. Certainly see why he gets all the accolades that he does.
1st and 10 now from the 23-yard line. Under pressure is Mitchell. He throws incomplete. Trying to set up that screen play, and really those screens, while they're meant to be ran against the blitz, Shepherd's gotten there so quickly that Mitchell hasn't been able to really find anybody on him.
According to the football textbook, that's what you do. You have a team that likes to get upfield, rush the quarterback, and one of the things you want to do to try to slow them down is to use that screen pass. But just Shepherd is just so athletic up front, they kind of just, the rules don't apply to them because they can get upfield, but they're so fast they're able to recover and really take those plays away.
2nd down and 10. Here's a trickery. Reverse play. Here's Tarrant now running to the near side. Didn't get much on it, but did get positive yardage inside the 20-yard. I think a flag comes in. We had 12 first half penalties, and we got our first one of the second half here.
Big no. Mitchell, the quarterback, getting out in front, trying to block for his wide receiver. It looked like it was something downfield involving tight end Ian Edenfield. Okay.
It's going to go against Emilio Pena. They were a personal foul against him.
So it looked like he may have taken a shot on Ian Edenfield. The tight end listed as 6'5", 255-pound senior. Doesn't get many balls thrown his way, but you can see he really proves his worth in the running game. He's more of an H-back and lead blocker as opposed to your more traditional tight end like Brian Walker.
So Cal continues to move the ball deep into Shepherd territory. 1st down and 10 for Cal from the 11-yard line. Mitchell hands it off to McGriff. Finds a little bit of room there up the middle. Be 2nd down. They can get it to the 1. It's a first down without scoring a touchdown here. Just 4 yards on that carry. Ball moves to the 7-yard line.
And a healthy McGriff is a pretty good option to have as your change of pace running back. So Cal PA, you certainly see that they're able to do their work in the free agency market, much like Shepherd is able to do.
Play action. Mitchell throws end zone, touchdown Cal.
Jackson.
Jaquail Jackson again finds the end zone for Cal. 16-13. Cal has its first lead of the afternoon.
The Rams just trying to put a veteran on Jackson, and Donnell Howard, 5'10", 179-pound senior. Like we mentioned, back in 2019, an all PSAC East second-team selection, has been out due to injuries. Had 4 solo tackles last week, so he's starting to work himself into the lineup once again. But that's just a tough cover in Jaquail Jackson. Really not too much you can do with a guy like that.
An extra point is up and good. So 17-13 Cal on top. 9:25 to go in the third quarter. A long start of the second half drive for Cal PA, and they get 6. We're back in 60 seconds after this. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
Fritz Kelly, Edmond.
Ronnie Brown only gets out to about the 16-yard line for Shepherd on the kickoff return. 9:21 to go in this first half. It's Cal 17, Shepherd 13. Nick Verzolini alongside me, Travis Smith. And Travis, that first drive of the second half, Cal goes down the field to get 6 with a Jaquail Jackson touchdown and leave Shepherd just 9:21 to go in this third quarter. Our scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to remove the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett. And
Ronnie Brown gets his helmet pulled off and the ball smacked out of his hand. The play was already blown dead, but you go from a game last week where everything was working for Ronnie Brown. You come into a game this week where all the brakes are going against you. So definitely a reversal of fortune for Ronnie Brown after having such a monster week last week. Looked like he's pressing long. He's swinging for the home run a bit too much. He just needs to take what the defense is giving him. And right now it's not too much.
Bajan in the shotgun, takes the snap, throws quickly underneath. There's Ryan Beach. Beach up to about the 25-yard line. And here's the thing, too, to acknowledge Travis, is that Cal's the best football team Shepherd's played to this point. So, you know, while Shepherd's looked great, and I don't want to discredit those wins completely here, but this is a legitimate competition for them. This is a real test.
Those two games were tune-ups for today's game.
And not everything's going to be 278 yards on the ground of rushing. Bajan under some pressure, throwing deep down the far sideline, incomplete. He wanted Ronnie Brown on the wheel route. In coverage was Matt Toby. He had him beat, but Bajan couldn't quite put enough underneath it to get that completion, and the Rams will be forced to punt.
And Toby just did a good job of hanging with him as best he could, but the most important thing, he kind of guided him to the sidelines that time where it was going to be a difficult throw for Tyson Bajan to drop it in there, and Toby using all the advantage, and that time using the sideline to his advantage, helping him out in that coverage. But just near misses so far on the offensive side of the ball for the Rams today.
So the momentum has shifted to Cal as Ryan Barrick will punt it away. It's an end kick. Fair caught. And around the 41-yard line, that's where Cal will take over. Tarrant making the fair catch there for Cal, and 8:10 to go in this third quarter. So Shepherd only holds the ball for a little bit over a minute after Cal held it for a little bit over 6.5 minutes. And
big
chance
series
to do something similar here again if you're able to get points and kill the remainder of this third quarter or the majority of this third quarter. It's going to put Shepherd in a very tough situation. But the Rams defense has held strong for the most part here this afternoon, so we're able to see who makes the better adjustments. First down and 10 from the 41-yard line for Noah Mitchell in the offense. Tight end goes in motion, and a flag comes in. False start working against Cal. That's not how you want to start off this drive.
Not at all, but you understand the offensive line are going to be so concerned when they see Holloway and Smith out there on the edges. So you're seeing the Rams making some changes on the defensive line. They've been platooning guys in and out all game long, but right now it looks like they're going with their number ones to start the drive because they feel the sense of urgency that this drive poses for the outcome of this ball game.
Moves the ball back to the 36-yard line. Mitchell throws that screen pass underneath, complete, with room to run for Tarrant. Tarrant shedding off tacklers. Excuse me, that's Jackson again. The way he moves almost makes him look like the smaller receiver at times. But that was Jackson on the reception, and a first down for Cal. So they get all these yards back and more now into Shepherd territory.
And that play was set up, but the run fake away from that sideline. Then the quarterback pulls the ball, throws it back to that wide receiver tunnel screen on the backside. He put the ball in the hands of Jackson, and he's going to be able to make something happen with the run after catch.
Throw underneath, complete to McCann out of the backfield. McCann sheds off tacklers, gets down inside the 40-yard line before being brought down on the play by Batten along with Devin Lynch.
And McCann just kind of going with the flow. It looks like from their pass protection that the running back is supposed to insert inside that tackle when they have their slide protection up front. So instead of him just staying there on the line looking for work, he slides out into that empty space, shows the quarterback his numbers. And McCann, tough going, tough sledding as far as running the ball, but having success catching the ball out of the backfield. And he's a load to bring down. Like we said, 5'10", 210. He's a solidly built running back.
Another first down for Cal to the 36-yard line. This time they'll go McCann on the ground. McCann fighting forward inside the 40-yard line, brought down by Kyle Smith and Anelia Pena on that carry. And starting to really pick apart this Shepherd defense. It'll be second down for Cal after another solid play on the ground.
Well, most of the times when you see teams try to spread you out, when they do run the ball, they want to try to run the ball in the middle because you're pulling guys out of that tackle box area in the middle of the field. But you see the adjustment that the Vulcans have made here in the second half. They're running more off tackle because the Rams did such a good job of jamming everything up in the middle. Really wasn't any running lanes there, so why try to ice skate uphill? We're just going to run off tackle and run to space where there are fewer defenders.
Mitchell in the shotgun formation. He'll take the snap. Look to throw. Nearly intercepted. Breaking on that route was Dwayne Grantham. He would have had number 4 in 3 games, but just fell through his hands. Still a good play, though, from the junior linebacker.
Not too often that you can say this about an inside linebacker, but he's a threat in pass defense. Has such a tremendous nose for the ball, good hands, does a good job of reading the quarterback's eyes, and like you said, almost coming up with his 4th interception. And that's something that's difficult for quarterbacks to pick up on because sometimes those linebackers walk up, look like they're showing blitz. So when the quarterback's going through his progressions, he kind of forgets that that linebacker was ever there.
3rd down and 6. Mitchell throws far side, complete. That's Jackson again, who throws out another nasty stiff arm before he's bumped out of bounds by Pena and Batten. And it's another first down for Cal.
I mean, he's 6'3" and rangy.
It's such a tough matchup. It hasn't even necessarily been bad coverage on all of these plays either. I mean, the big touchdown, 64-yarder, yeah, that was a breakdown in the coverage, but a lot of these are just Jackson making better plays than anybody else on the field, and that's what's been tough for Shepherd so far. 1st and 10 from the 22.
It looks like it's taken a little bit of a toll on him. The past couple plays, he's had to check himself out of the game to catch his breath. Like we said, a little bit warm, maybe having some issues with cramping.
Hand it off to McCann. He'll bounce it outside before he's tripped up. Good hit on the play by Batten.
Batten not trying to take on that stout running back up high. You do what a smart defensive back does. You chop his legs out and let gravity do the rest.
17-13, Cal on top. Under 5 minutes to play now in this 3rd quarter. And Cal driving again. Ball now on the 21-yard line. Just a 1-yard pickup on the play for McCann. It's 2nd down and 9 for Mitchell in the offense. Mitchell takes the snap, hands to McCann again, running off that left side. Ball comes out, flag on the play. It's being knocked around. Shepherd has the football. If it stands, coming out with it.
It's going to stand. I believe it's going to be a holding penalty.
Is Christian McDowell for Shepherd. And it will be the Rams football. So right as Cal was moving into Shepherd territory, they cough it up. McDowell comes out with the football. And the Rams get a huge turnover there, Travis. And this defense, kind of bend but don't break, has been their mentality in the past. And they're able to come up with a play there and get the ball back for the Rams offense.
And that was a golden opportunity missed that time by Cal PA. You cannot give an extra possession to an offense like the Shepherd Rams. That Rams defense rising to the occasion that time. That was a very important drive right there. That could have changed the complexion of the entire game. The Rams step up, make a play, and put the ball back in the hands of their Harlan Hill Award winner.
First down and 10 for Bajent and the offense. Bajent looking over the middle, complete. Brian Walker. Walker across the 35. Up to about the 36-yard line before he's brought down on the play. Noah Dillo in on the tackle, but it's a 1st and 10 for Shepherd.
Just tremendous pass protection that time up front for the Shepherd Rams. That offensive line had some struggles there in the first half. Looked like they made their adjustment right there, giving the quarterback plenty of time. More importantly, time enough for Brian Walker to find his open spot over the field, and Tyson Bajent able to deliver an accurate pass.
4 minutes to go, third quarter. 1st and 10 for Shepherd from their own 36. Bajent looks to throw quickly. Jump pass behind Walker, complete. Walker picks up a few. Dillo again in the coverage and making the tackle.
And it looks like the Rams are trying to go tempo. I mean, we've had it a lot of times where they'll line up at the line, take their time. Bajent gets the play call from the sideline and then goes ahead and sends it in to the rest of the troops. But it looks like the Rams may be trying to speed it up here a little bit in the second half, so maybe the Vulcans aren't able to get in those defensive substitutions that they would like to get the matchup that they want. And the Rams just trying to exploit that. We're going a little bit of tempo here in the second half.
Just a 2-yard pickup. It's 2nd down and 8 for Shepherd from the 33. Bajent throws near side to Kenny Edlin. Caught, complete. Right there, though, and coming up and making the tackle is Micah Tillman, the guy they've picked on a lot today, but he's able to throw down Edlin on the near sideline. It'll be 3rd down for Shepherd. 3rd and short.
I'm sure Tillman is happy just to be lined up on somebody other than Marlon Cook. It looks like he's got the short straw again. This play, Marlon Cook to the wide side of the field, matched up on Tillman, and more importantly, no safety help over the top. So you're seeing Tillman giving him a big cushion over there. That might not be enough.
3rd down and 3 for Shepherd. Bajent adjusts at the line of scrimmage. Cal brings a blitz. Bajent is sacked. Immediately coming in on that blitz was Jack Kalishi coming in to make that sack. The sophomore linebacker comes unblocked to get to Bajent, and the Rams will be forced to punt.
And that's something like that Vulcan's defensive front, they're not a flashy group. You don't see a lot of big sack numbers or tackles for losses up front for the Vulcans defense, but what they do well is that they occupy those offensive linemen so they're not able to pick up those blitzing linebackers. Not too many times we've seen this year or even past years where those blitzes are that effective in getting in cleanly to the quarterback.
Barrick delivers a good punt, big hit on special teams, ball came out, but Cal dives back on top of it, coming up and making that smack. Naeem Watson, the redshirt freshman. We've seen some good plays from the Hagerstown, Maryland product on special teams so far this season, and he absolutely drilled Cam Tarrant.
Tarrant, I'm surprised he didn't go for a fair catch on that one. Looks like I wonder if that's what the referees are discussing or possibly where the ball was recovered. But Tarrant, in the interest of self-preservation, call a timeout.
Call a fair catch.
Yes, that's what I mean, call for a fair catch. Or timeout. I'm getting out of there completely. Timeout. Take me out of here. I'm 135 pounds, Coach. Like, come on now.
Watson just blew him up, and a long discussion here by the officials. Luckily for Cal PA, they had a player in the area. And talk about this Cal defense. I mean, right when things start to look a little bit good for Shepherd, they get a sack and they force another punt. And it will be 1st and 10 Cal PA. See where they officially spot the football here.
And what they've been able to do so well, particularly against the run, is that, one, they're stout in the middle. We know that they have a good defensive line, so they're not going to give ground or create running lanes. And what they're doing to really keeping Ronnie Brown bottled up is staying disciplined on the edge. We've seen in the first couple weeks of the season that once Ronnie Brown presses that hole in the middle, the whole defense collapses down inside. And those Shepherd Rams offensive linemen, they are so good at climbing up to the second level and gobbling up those linebackers. Okay.
I thought maybe we might have had a penalty, but there was just rolling on the field. It was a fumble recovered by Cal, so we already realized that. 1st and 10 here from the 32-yard line. A minute 57 to go in this third quarter. Cal has held it throughout the majority of this third quarter. 17-13, Cal on top. They'll run it here with McGriff, and McGriff running hard, pushed out of bounds by Devin Lynch on this near sideline. And McGriff is... 2 flags come in. A helmet is off for Gage Rogue. All sorts of drama picking up here.
It's early in the season, but there certainly seems to be a playoff-type feel, playoff sense of urgency for both ball clubs in today's game.
I mean, these teams were both ranked in the preseason, so this is a potential Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference championship-type matchup we could see down the line, depending on how the season goes for both of these teams. I mean, Shepherd right now leading the East by a game. Everybody came in 1-1 today. Shepherd 2-0. Cal is in that tough West where you have several teams 2-0. Slippery Rock obviously over there as well, and they're 1-1. But we'll see who these penalties go against and how this works out based on the crowd reaction. It appears to be something against the Rams. The penalties continue to pile up today. A lot of unsportsmanlikes. So we're going to have offsetting penalties here. I believe against Pena along with Rogue, the fullback, who had his helmet off, so wasn't certain if it was forced off or if he took it off. I think if it was forced off or if it was taken off, it would have resulted in some sort of rejection.
So right now the officials are talking to both head coaches, letting them know that they're not going to let this get out of hand, telling them to calm their troops down. Certainly don't want to see anybody get suspended or have penalties impact the game any more than what they already have.
Grantham saying that penalty is on him, so that's big because I think Pena, that would have been his second if that was on him.
And it's unfortunate because it was 20 yards away from the play. Like, the play went out of bounds here on the near sideline, and you got guys having their own little personal, having their own little personal battle in the middle of the field, and you certainly don't want to cost your team in the game. And this is something that's it's going to come down to the last second, to the last possession. So these penalties could swing you from a loss to a win, or vice versa.
But instead, it's nothing since it is offsetting. So 2nd down and 5. Mitchell throws complete underneath. There's Endenfield for the first time today. And another flag comes in late. Short of the first down marker on the reception, so it would be 3rd and about 2 or 3 here.
And that ball got on top of Edenfield pretty quick. I think the ball kind of surprised him. It was midway to him before he turned his head and put his hands up. So it was kind of in his chest before he knew what it was.
Let's see what this call appears to be. Is 1:37. We've only had about 20 seconds of gameplay here in the past few moments, but we've just had these long penalties. And they're going to wave it off.
So it's just not really a good rhythm to today's game. It's kind of choppy. This is certainly one of those games where you have to love football to enjoy it, because it's nothing pretty, nothing too clean, a lot of penalties. Not a good flow to the action.
They do spot it at the first down stick, so it's a 1st and 10 for Cal. Noah Mitchell in the pistol formation. McGriff remains the back behind him. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near. They'll hand it off. McGriff gets a hole. Sheds off one tackler. He's tackled around midfield by Keyshawn Haley. And you talked about McGriff's skill set. He's a little bit different back than McCann, and I like what we've seen, some good explosiveness from the Clarion transfer.
Exactly. McCann, more of your downhill thumper, likes to run in between the tackles, has done well today catching the ball out of the backfield. But McGriff, he is a player that can certainly get on the edge, make some guys miss in open field, and has that potential to take it to the house. I mean, his last season where he was at full strength, had over 4 100-yard games on that season.
2nd and 3, Mitchell throws near side complete. Making the catch there on the near sideline is Eric Willis III. And it's another first down for Cal with 39 seconds to go in this third quarter. Cal continuing to move the football against this Rams defense.
And now you're starting to see that Cal PA offense, seeing that playbook starting to come wide open. You establish the run. You're winning on first down with the run. Then you come back with the play action pass. You have a quarterback who is athletic. He can move around in the pocket. Not going to be really threatening you with his athletic ability as far as running downfield, but he can move around in the pocket and get to those open spaces. And right now it's clicking on all cylinders for Cal PA.
Mitchell looking deep down the far sideline, incomplete. Donnell Howard.
Good defense.
Running stride for stride with Langley. It'll be 2nd and 10.
And Langley, the sophomore, transfer coming over from Bloomsburg. Always interesting to see how many guys bump around and move around within the PSAC. I'm curious, what first attracted you to the school that you originally went to? Then I wonder what they saw in the new school that they transferred to.
You want to put together a survey? We'll
start handing them out. Well, it's interesting. It's just a
Shepherd wide receiver Kenny Edlin. He's a Westchester transfer. So there you go, right there. Here's a throw behind or from Mitchell. It just kind of looked like it slipped out of his hand there, or maybe a complete miscommunication on the outside with the wide receiver there, Willis III, the intended man, I believe. 4.7 seconds to go in this third quarter. Now all of a sudden, you're behind the sticks at 3rd down and 10. So you kind of abandoned those runs for a shot toward the end zone. But McGriff was having a lot of success on 1st and 2nd down run the football. So
you take those shots and you paint yourself into a corner with a 3rd and 10.
See if Mitchell can come through. Now they run it on 3rd down and 10, and McGriff has a hole. Bounces to the outside, tackled short of the first down marker by Harrison there on the outside along with Grantham. So it'll be 4th down.
Good play call.
17-13. Nice. Cal PA on top. We're headed to the 4th quarter. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV10 and WRNR TV. We're back at 60 seconds.
Located at 4529 Shepherdstown Road in Martinsburg, the Neon Moon Tavern has delicious food and cold beverages. Stop on in Mondays for some mayhem with us and Shepherd quarterback Tyson Bagent, or on Tuesday for some gourmet tacos. Wednesdays is whiskey and trivia night. Thursday is steak night. Fridays are dinner specials. Saturdays there's live music. And Sunday morning is brunch. We're open every day from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Call us at 304-260-4002 for takeout or stop on in to the Neon Moon Tavern.
Down. Had Clarion on the mind because we're talking about McGriff. But Cal leads Shepherd 17-13. As we begin this 4th quarter, Nick Verzolini alongside me, Travis Smith. Our crew on camera is Matt Miller. Down on the sideline on camera is Dylan Bishop along with Caden Kemp. And Braden Schaffner as well. Back in the studio is Colin McLaughlin, and of course our on-site producer, Spencer Dupuis. 4th down and 2. Cal's going to go for it because, well, they're on the Shepherd 29-yard line. Too close to the punt, too far to kick the field goal. So,
and all the momentum is on your sideline.
Mitchell and the offense will go for it here. Mitchell looks to the sideline. 4-point lead for Cal. Big moment in this ball game. McGriff remains the running back. He's to the right of Mitchell. Mitchell takes the snap under some pressure, throws near sideline, complete. Who else? Jaquail Jackson has it for the first down. Harrison in the coverage makes the tackle.
And again, he's just a complete wide receiver. He is certainly not one-dimensional. He can take the top off the defense. Skilled route runner underneath. Good hands, knows how to use his body. Physical at the point of attack. You're just not going to bring him down easily. He has a good stiff arm. Just a quality football player. There's just no getting around it.
1st and 10 now from the 20-yard line. Cal now in the red zone with 14 minutes to go in this fourth quarter. They'll hand it to McGriff, and he is stuffed. Journey Dunbar coming through and making the play for Shepherd.
And that heavier run lineup that time, it was a wide stretch for most of that third quarter. You saw that first defensive line group that was in there. Now the Rams getting back to the formula that they had early on in the game on those running downs, 1st and 2nd down, putting in that bigger defensive front to try to slow down this running game for Cal PA.
Loss of 4 on the play. It's kind of a mixture. Holloway's out there, though, as well. But it is those interior guys and Alexander and Dunbar. Mitchell looking to throw, steps up in the pocket, throws underneath, complete to McGriff. Dwayne Grantham comes up, makes the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and long for Cal. 13.5 minutes to go in this ball game. It's a 4-point lead for Cal. It's 17-13. 3rd down and 9. Again, we're in 4-down territory if they want to go for it. Ball on the 19-yard line. 3rd down and 9 for Cal. Shepherd fans come to their feet, along with some of the Cal fans here on this near side. Mitchell takes the snap, steps up in the pocket. He's under some pressure, throws on the run, a jump ball incomplete. Harrison breaks it up. Kyle Smith provided the pressure, and it's 4th down.
And Mitchell has just been under duress all day long. He's coming off to the sideline, holding his side that time. That's just one of the things that the Rams defense does so well, is get after the quarterback. And Mitchell has not been able to stand in the pocket at all. He's always had to keep moving, trying to extend plays. And then when you do that, you force the quarterback to go to his check down. He doesn't have the raw physical ability that Tyson Bajan has, where he can run from sideline to sideline and not lose any of his velocity on the ball. So he has to use those check downs.
Betko on from 36, and his kick is up, and it's good. So Shepherd holds them to 3. It's 20-13. Cal on top. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we return, we'll have more Shepherd Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Game between Cal and Shepherd, 2013. Cal leads Shepherd after that field goal is up and good. And on the kickoff, Ronnie Brown fields it at the 9-yard line. Brown Flag comes in, gets across the 25 before being thrown down on the play, but a flag in the
I have a feeling that it's probably going to be a holding penalty, considering that number 48, Justin Piper for Cal PA, barely had his jersey on his back as he walked off the sideline. I think it's going to be a holding penalty on Cedric Ofori.
Our fourth quarter presented to you on TV 10 by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121. Administrative drive, call 304-263-3361, along with the Skinner Law Firm, injury and consumer rights lawyers, call 304-245-6613, or go to skinnerfirm.com. Travis, did you hear the call there? I think it was a legal block, right?
The hand signal that he gave was almost like it was a legal procedure or something like that. It wasn't a holding penalty. That's odd. I thought for sure it was going to be a holding penalty because the guy almost got his jersey snatched off.
Could have potentially been one of those legal, like, blocking, I guess. It
might have been something maybe block below the waist or something like that.
Or potentially, like,
blindside block. Yeah.
Yeah. Not certain there. But 1st and 10 here from the 8-yard line. They'll throw it over the middle, complete to Marlon Cook. Another flag comes in, this time in the secondary. This will be a first down if it stands. Cook in there on the reception. These flags have just been coming all day today. It's just been a sloppy football game. Especially on the Shepherd side. This one, though, going against Cal, that one will be declined on the holding call. So 1st and 10 for the Rams from the 21-yard line. Plenty of football left to be played. 12:34 to go in this one. Shepherd trails by 7 at 20-13. Cal on top. 1st and 10 now from their own 21. Bajent in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers to his far side. Marlon Cook by himself here to the near side. Bajent looking to throw. Spins out of a sack. Now comes back, rolls to the near side. Joey Fisher's going to lead his block. Bajent now lost the football. And it's going to be Cal football, as that was not ruled a pass. Diving on top of it and recovering the fumble is Josh Miller.
And I was curious as if they were going to call that. I thought the defender may have been out of bounds when he recovered the ball. If we were playing in a big playoff game, I'm certain that there would have been some type of replay on that play. But this is the second week in a row that Bajent has lost the grip on the ball. Yes, we have replay potential, so our man Spencer Dupuis, he's going to run that one down and give us you make the call. We need you to chime in with your booming voice and let us know if he recovered that in bounds.
I'm sure Colin got us the replay there back in the studio, so if you saw what Travis saw, call the officials. I don't know. 12:05 to go.
Somebody call somebody.
So we have a penalty against Cal.
Is that a false start?
Just a weird play there by Tyson Bajent. I'm not certain what he was trying to do, if he was trying to throw it away and just kind of lost grip of the football, but not what you wanted to happen, obviously, there. 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line.
And he's a guy that has strong hands, so it's unusual to see him lose a handle on a football like that.
Mitchell in the shotgun formation, or pistol formation, I should say. He'll hand it off to McGriff. McGriff has just taken over as the lead back this afternoon, and for good reason. Dwayne Grantham trips him up at around the 25-yard line. It'll be 2nd down.
And Cal PA, and McGriff, his style of running, it lends itself to what Cal PA is trying to do here in the second half. They're not so much trying to pound it up in the middle. They're going more off tackle, more stretch zone, and you put the ball in the hands of a speedy running back like Malik McGriff. He's a guy that can make big plays off of those type of runs, and it's given that Rams defense some issues because they're a bit smaller on the edge. So instead of trying to run away from those speedy defenders, you run right at them, make them anchor at the point of attack, and that's just something that physically they're not built well to do. They do a good enough job here and there, but if you consistently do it, you hope over the course of a game that you're going to wear those outside defenders down.
We got a timeout. We'll take a 30-second break. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
We welcome you back here to Rams Stadium. Shepherd trails Cal 20-13, 11:19 to go in this fourth quarter. So we have a 2nd down and 13 for Cal on the 25-yard line of Shepherd after the Tyson Bagent fumble has set up Cal here just on the doorstep of extending this lead potentially. 11:19 to go. Mitchell in the shotgun formation. They'll go McGriff running to the near side. McGriff bounces it outside, hurdles a man at the 20 before he's knocked out of bounds by Devin Lynch. It'll be 3rd down here for Cal. And, I mean, going back to the rushing attack just in general has been a real positive, I think, for Cal offensively, Travis.
It just slows down that defensive pass rush from the Rams. You wear them out a little bit. That time they ran right at Holloway. And as a defensive end, it's your job to set the edge and drive everything back in. But that time, Holloway engaged with that big left tackle, got reached. That's something that you can't do as that defensive end. They got him lined up in a wide 9 right now, but you cannot get reached by that left tackle because you're going to expose that edge, and then that running back's right back there on the corner.
3rd down. Mitchell pumps once, throws over the middle, complete. Grantham is right there to make the tackle. Hauled in on the play there by Pfister.
And that's good arm strength and good arm strength and good grip strength that time by Noah Mitchell. He pump fakes the ball. His feet weren't set on that play, and he was just able to muscle in that pass accurately.
4th and 1 in the field goal unit will jog on here. Got to go a little bit quickly. 15 seconds on the play clock.
They were deciding about that. Malik McGriff looking up to the press box, wondering why the coach didn't give him a shot to make a play.
Well, this makes it a 10-point game if you knock this
Absolutely.
through. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is up, and it's good. So Cal 23, Shepherd 13. We'll take a 1-minute break. 10:02 to go. See if the Rams have any fight left in them. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
The Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results believes buying a new home requires a dedicated team that cares about your needs and concerns. Our experienced team is from the area, and we care about this community because it is our home as well. Whether it's a $30,000 home or a $3 million home, we will be hands-on and invested throughout the entire process. Thinking of buying or selling in West Virginia? We've got the tri-state area covered.
We welcome you back to Shepherdstown. Shepherd trails Cal 23-13. Ronnie Brown will field it at the 10-yard line. Brown sheds off one tackler, and Ronnie's tripped up at the 35 by the turf monster. If he makes him miss, I think it would have been Ronnie Brown one-on-one with a kicker.
And that's what it was right there. And he was making his move back to the middle of the field and just just to see he's kind of on different ends of the spectrum. Last week was everything he did, he could do no wrong, and this week, just the breaks aren't going his way.
It did on that touchdown, 73-yarder. Besides that, it's been a tough day really for the entire Shepherd offense. Bagent in the shotgun formation. Still time there. There's under 10 minutes to go, but it is just a 10-point game. Bagent takes the snap, throws, far side back shoulder for Edlin, incomplete. Tillman good coverage that time. 2nd down and 10.
On that last defensive series for Cal PA, Tillman wasn't on the field. He went with some reserves, but now they feel like they can get that matchup where they were trying to avoid Tillman getting locked up on Cook, but that's what they have right now. There's no safety help over there, so he's going to have to give him a big cushion.
2nd down and 10 from the 35. Cal trailed 13-0. It's now been 23 unanswered to take a 23-13 lead, and Bagent under duress again and sacked again. This time coming up and making the sack is Gerald Brown. And it's 3rd and long for the Rams.
Gerald Brown, not a starter for most of last season. Appeared in 10 games, only having 3 starts, but he did manage to rack up 43 tackles, 11 solo tackles, and 6 tackles for a loss. And he's done a good job today as far as pushing that pocket. Not too often you see this Rams offensive line give up pressures the way they have today, but that isn't anything. That's not a knock against the O-line. It's just you got to give credit where credit is due, and that's a good defense over there for Cal PA.
Bagent pumps. Again, he's under pressure. He's going to throw it deep down the field for Marlon Cook, and he made the catch inside the 35. Probably the biggest and most impressive play of the day for the Rams. Takes it into Cal territory on the catch for Marlon Cook. A great throw on the run by Tyson Bagent.
And that's one of the things that he does so well, is able to make those off-schedule throws. Does a tremendous job of extending the play that time. But not only that, he keeps his eyes downfield looking for those targets as they come open. And Marlon Cook did a good job breaking off his route and getting to an open spot for his quarterback in the big completion.
Bagent in the shotgun, throws again, complete
Ooh,
or incomplete.
that was dangerous.
Intended for Marlon Cook. That was a floater. Tillman breaks that one up.
Look like it's going to be taunting on Tillman. You can't. You've been struggling all day. You finally make a good play, and then you kind of nullify that by getting a taunting penalty after the fact.
We got another unsportsmanlike in this ball game. This one going against Cal.
And that was a play that Tillman read it right, came up hard, made a play on the ball, had a chance to pick it off. If he would have went for the ball, he went for the tackle instead, made a good play, broke up the pass, and man, oh man, you shoot yourself in the foot by talking to the guy.
Bagent lofts one for Donner in the end zone. It's caught, touchdown. That's Cam Donner with the touchdown reception. Dorner with the touchdown reception. The freshman hauls it in to make it 23-19. Cameron Dorner with his first touchdown. He's a two-sport athlete, Travis. He's going to play both football and basketball for the Rams, and that's Rob Mario's guy as well. He coached him in high school.
All right.
So Jacob Haney on to attempt this point after to make it a 3-point game of 8:20 to go. And the extra point is up and good. So 23-20 is our score. 8:20 to go. The Rams are fighting back. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Touchdown for Shepherd. This one fielded inside the 10-yard line. Nice nifty move on the return. Otto could be trouble one-on-one with a kicker, and the turf monster got him. Noah Hamlin had a chance for 6. Jacob Haney was a deer in headlights. And luckily for Shepherd, I think Hamlin just got a little bit too excited and tripped up on the play.
His mind was thinking faster than his feet could move. That's a situation that those returners dream of. One-on-one with the kicker in midfield. He could have took it either way. And the ugly turf monster raises his head yet again.
Ronnie Brown had a potential shot at that on the previous kickoff return, and there just bringing him down. McGriff getting the carry. Brings the ball out to about the 49-yard line.
And again, McGriff not as big as McCann. They have McCann listed at 210. Looks a little bit closer to 220 when he's out there on the field. But you look at McGriff, he's able to squeeze through those holes that McCann wasn't able to get through, and he's given them a bit of a burst here in the second half.
Travis, I think it's important here for Cal not to press but still be aggressive at this point in the ball game. Only up by 3 with 7.5 minutes. If you give Bajan the offense the ball back again, I think they're at least going to tie it. They run it with McGriff here to the outside. Devin Lynch comes up and makes the tackle. So big third down coming up here.
But I agree with you. You have to stick to your game plan. Don't try to force anything where you could risk a possible turnover. And you want to stick to the things that you've been successful with.
So the Shepherd crowd comes to its feet here on this big third down. 3rd and about 8 from the 48.
Eyes on Jackson.
Harrison is matched up with him on this near side. 10 seconds on the play clock. Mitchell adjusting at the line of scrimmage. Mitchell has time to dump it on underneath, come up and make the tackle.
He's short.
Short of the line to gain. Caught on the play by McGriff. Will be 4th down, and they're going to be forced to punt. So Shepherd gets a huge 3 and out, 6:30 to go. Bajan and the Rams offense will get the ball back. Rodney Dorsey will go back to return this punt. And this is the opportunity that we talked about just a few moments ago you didn't want to be in. At least, though, for Cal, they do have an opportunity to flip the field with a good punt and make it extremely difficult for the Rams offense to move the football down the field. Here's the high kick. Rodney Dorsey will fair catch it at the 9 or 10-yard line. They'll spot it at the 10. 5 minutes and 55 seconds to go. So the other thing to note, too, this is probably not the final drive of the game. I mean, you could see a 5-minute, 55-second drive, but you probably still have one more opportunity for each team in a 3-point ball game here.
And the Vulcans electing to punt on that play. No reason to gamble. Your defense has been pretty stout throughout the day. And even on that last touchdown drive by Shepherd, it was more off of a broken play, a big pass catch Cook. Then you had the penalty on top of that. That pretty much puts Shepherd on the doorstep. And you put an offense that close to the goal line, they're going to figure it out. So as long as the Vulcans don't shoot themselves in the foot, they feel like they have a chance to get a stop right here.
Morgan goes in motion. Bajan throws quickly, back shoulder for Cook. Did not get a foot in. He did make the catch there on the sideline, but did not get a foot in, according to the officials. He's arguing that he did.
And Tillman that time, he's had a rough day all around, and some of it has been self-inflicted. But that time he did a good job of riding the wide receiver out of the sidelines. Those defensive backs are taught you want to use that sideline as an extra defender. And that time, Sammy's sideline was able to come through for the Vulcan defense.
2nd down and 10, 5:49 to go in this fourth quarter. Pagent throws near side, complete to E.J. Morgan. Morgan spins out of a tackle. He's across the 30, out of bounds around the 40-yard line, being forced out there by Kevon Mormon. And it will be a first down Shepherd with 5:42 to go in this ball game. They move it to the 41.
Noah Hamlin coming up, gambling on that play, trying to make a play for the ball instead of just making the tackle. And that's one of the dangerous things. When those wide receivers run those hitches, they may not seem like a big flashy route or a threatening route, but if you miss one tackle on that type of play, it's nothing but open sideline for those speedy wide receivers.
Brown to the right of Bajent on 1st and 10 from the 41. Bajent pumps once, looking deep for Marlon Cook. Makes the catch on the sideline, inside the 40-yard line, down to the 30 goes Marlon Cook on the reception. And quickly Shepherd already in cow territory to the 29.
And Shepherd has been setting that play up all day long. They've used 3 quarters to set that play up. Then they go double move against the overmatched Tillman. You see Tillman checking out of the game. The Vulcans just trying to get away from that matchup versus Cook.
I don't know why they keep throwing it out there. 5 minutes, under 5 minutes to go. Marlon Cook having a big day for the Rams, 29-yard line. Bajent looking to throw again under some blindside pressure. Dumps it down to Ryan Beach, and they'll come up and smack him. That's Siegel coming up and making that tackle. Loss on the play for Shepherd.
And again, Beach just doesn't seem like himself. Has had a hard time kind of finding his role in today's game, and you don't know if it's something where possibly he may not be 100% healthy, or you have opposing teams that have an entire year of game tape on him. Last year, he kind of surprised a lot of people, and he was able to take advantage of it this year. Teams are game planning for him, and he's had a difficult time trying to find his way.
Loss of 3, 2nd down and 13. Bajent and the offense looking to take the lead, 23-20 our score. Here's Ronnie Brown out of the backfield, makes the catch. He's short of the first down sticks. Coming over, making the tackle is Gabe Miller. It is a first down, as Ronnie Brown is able to fight forward for that first down after catching it short of the first down sticks. So 1st and 10 for the Rams, 3:45 to go in this ball game. 23-20, Cal on top of Shepherd.
Bajent just doing a man's work right now, standing in the pocket, staring down the barrel of that defense, and delivering accurate throws. Cal PA is bringing the heat up through the A-gaps, and Tyson Bajent is standing in there, taking the heat and delivering accurate throws.
Bajent has time this time now, dumps it down to Ronnie Brown. Coming up, making the tackle there again is Matt Tobey. And it's 2nd down for the Rams after the short pickup.
So now the question becomes, does Cal PA start burning timeouts? Because you feel Shepherd probably feels pretty confident that they can score a touchdown here, so they're going to try to milk as much clock as possible. Does Cal PA start thinking, we're going to need some time to try to take the lead back here late in the game?
Morgan goes in motion, under 3 minutes to play. Bajent under some pressure, avoids the sack, rolls to the right. Bajent will run and step out of bounds.
And E.J. Morgan was wide open by himself. There was nobody from the hash mark to the sideline on that side of the field. Did like that unusual. It was like kind of a stutter step into a jet sweep, and the defense kind of lost track of him. The defense did do a good job of flushing Tyson Bajent out to his right, but E.J. Morgan was wide open on the backside of that play. Interesting look for that Shepherd Rams offense.
You hadn't seen that one before. The previous play looked pretty similar. You had Ryan Beach running that corner route, which I think is where Shepherd wanted to go with the football, but wasn't there. Hadn't really seen that before, so a new wrinkle.
Tillman matched up one-on-one on an island. No safety help.
It's 4A over there, though, not Marlon Cook. They will go for 4A, and it's incomplete. That will be 4th down. So Shepherd can either attempt this field goal, which I think they have to do in this situation, but Haney hasn't had the best day out there. They had an extra point blocked earlier, which is significant in this situation. And it's 4th and 8. They could, of course, burn a timeout here as well and talk it over.
And Tyson Bajan having a heated discussion with Ronnie Brown. Maybe it was something where he didn't look like it might have been a miscommunication as far as pass protection, or possibly Ronnie Brown leaking out into a pass route.
So Shepherd will go for this. This is a plus 30-yard field goal. It's about 32 yards from this point.
Oh, delay a game? Did they get it off?
4th down and 8. Bajent throws. End zone. Incomplete. Cal gets the stop on 4th down. It's a turnover on downs. And I'm surprised they didn't kick the field goal there, Travis, honestly. I mean, I know you've had some issues in the kicking game, but 4th and 8, this isn't 4th and 1 or 4th and 2.
Against a quality opponent.
Yeah, and it's
a quality opponent that's been playing you well all day long. I'm like, understand, maybe you go out there, you have an offensive look, and you see if you have a favorable matchup, then you go ahead with that offensive play. But if you don't get that matchup, I mean the exact matchup that you want, there's no reason for you not to call the timeout and send your field goal unit out there.
You got to believe in your kicker, especially in big games. So passing up there on what would have been a 32-yard field goal. It's a turnover on downs. 1:53 to go in this one. McGriff running. Bednarski is there to stack him up after a short pickup, and now Shepherd will burn their timeout.
So I understand you have a Harlan Hill Award winner. You trust your quarterback.
So Shepherd.
But sometimes you got to manage the game. Sometimes you just have to manage the game. I know it's a difficult decision to take the ball out of Tyson Bajan's hands. It is a difficult decision, and you never really want to be in a position where you're having to rely on a kicker, especially a kicker that hasn't had a
lot of experience or really a great day today.
Yeah, or been in a situation where he's been relied upon to make a big kick. So I get it, but I'm just, in terms of managing the game, I think you got to go for that field goal.
Yeah,
because you're gonna need him to make plays for you down the road. Like, you're going to need that aspect of your game.
It's a 3-point game here. 1:47 to go. Shepherd still has a chance to get the football back. They do have 2 timeouts remaining. It's 2nd down. We'll see how Cal PA plays it. So are they going to play conservative and run the football to get this first, or are they going to try to throw for it if they get in that kind of situation? We'll kind of see what Noah Mitchell on the offense does. They will go play action. And it's knocked down. Great play by Harrison off the edge. Dante Harrison getting a hand up there. And now it'll be 3rd down, and you get to keep a timeout too. That's the one thing about throwing it. I understand if you get the 1st down, but now Shepherd keeps one of its 2 timeouts remaining.
And that is a gutsy call by the defensive coordinator. You call for a corner blitz on that short side, so you kind of mitigate some of the risk on that, but still a risky call to blitz a corner, but paid off that time because you hit the corner right in the quarterback's face.
What do you think here, run or pass?
I think you got to run it.
3rd down and 9. Jaquail Jackson is the receiver to the near side. We'll keep an eye on him, and they will throw. Mitchell under some heat, rolls to the right. Lynch chasing him down. Mitchell throws back shoulder. Did he make the catch? Incomplete.
The referee adding to the theater of it a little bit, running to the exact spot the wide receiver was at, and then he waves as an incomplete. So even the referee's getting in on the act of building. To build up the theatrics a little bit.
He had to run over to make an exact decision there as everybody on the Shepherd sideline was either saying juggle or he's out of bounds. And they ruled that he was out of bounds there. Tarrant couldn't come back and make the catch, so the Rams will get the football back. And will have great field position. The one argument you could make for the Rams going for it there in that previous situation was they're going to get it right back and around midfield if you do get a stop. And you have 2 timeouts due to the 2 incompletions. So 4th and 9 will have the punt. Rodney Dorsey standing at his own 44-yard line. Here it is, a high kick. Dorsey will field at the 40. Has some room to the outside. Dorsey sheds off one tackler. Dorsey's across midfield, across the 45. That will come back a little bit, but still, due to the return, will be good field position. We do have a block in the back.
Why do you do that? Don't put your hands up it was obvious what you did, and when you put your hands up, you make it that much more obvious.
And not only that, too, I mean, there
was no need.
You already had it at that point in midfield with the Harlan Hill Trophy winner and just a 3-point game.
Two
you got to love
timeouts.
your chances if you're Shepherd there, but now they'll be backed up on their own side of the field after this penalty. 23-20 is our score. 122 to go in the ball game. This has turned into a classic here at Ram Stadium, as it typically seems to be whenever Shepherd has a real quality opponent, either in the PSAC or the playoff games we had last year were all very close. Quality opponent playing the Rams, it's usually a good game. In the past, Shepherds came out on top for the most part.
If I were a betting man, I would set up a camera right down there in that right corner of the end zone. Something fantastic is guaranteed to happen down there. Go ahead, get ready for it there, Nick.
I'm going to have to be. Penalty on the kicking team. So I believe we had offsetting penalties there. So that completely changes things, Travis. No, they are moving the football back, excuse me. I thought they had said something about the kicking team.
Yeah. So maybe they're going to mark them both off and then mark off the penalty from that spot.
Do both of these. If that is what we're getting.
Well, do y'all really need to do the whole walking back and forth thing?
I don't know.
I mean, you're doing addition and subtraction with a number less than 15.
I think it's for the dramatics.
Yeah, they're adding it to it.
It's a part of the beauty of football.
There you go. The splendor of Division II football.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams. They have it already set up on the Cal side of the field from the 43. Bajan in the shotgun formation. It's Beach and Cook here to the near side. Foray, the receiver, to the far side. Ronnie Brown is the back in the backfield on 1st down and 10. Shepherd trails 23-20. Bajan takes the snap. Rolls to the right. Throws it deep down for Marlon Cook and incomplete. Tillman still has the matchup. And this time it falls incomplete. It will be 2nd down and 10.
And Tillman has done a good job here in the second half of using the sideline to his benefit. I'm sure that's probably a coaching point when that young man went in at halftime, was use all of the resources available to you. So if he wants to get close to the sidelines, go ahead and push him out. So even if he does come down with the ball, it's going to be incomplete. And Cook has to do a better job of not getting close to the sidelines. Give your quarterback a little bit of space for Bajan to get that ball in and give you a little bit of cushion to work with on the sideline.
2nd and 10 from the 43. Bajan throws a dart, but incomplete. Intended for Marlon Cook again, so it'll be 3rd down now and 10.
And Bajan motioning to Cook, work back to me, work back to me. He wanted him on that inside curl. You just can't get to a spot and turn around. You have to work back to the football because he's trying to throw it to that outside shoulder. He's setting you up for the run after the catch on that one. So, again, this is a talented wide receiving core, no doubt, but still very young, and the chemistry isn't quite there yet. I'm sure it'll get there soon, though.
3rd down and 10 for the Rams. Ball on the 43-yard line of Cal. 23-20 is our score. Cal leading. 1:11 to go in the contest. Bajan throws in and out of the hands of tight end Brian Walker. It's 4th down.
This Cal PAD coordinator, he's showing that he's not a bashful man when it comes to calling these blitzes. He's sending the house in the backfield to try to get after Tyson Bajan. It's definitely a case where you got to pick your poison. Are you going to choose coverage or are you going to blitz? And he knows that you're going to get picked apart if you try to play coverage. Tillman's had a tough day all day, so you know what? I'm going to speed up the offense's clock. I'm going to go ahead and start sending those linebackers. And he's been doing all kinds of blitzes. Blitzes off the edge. He has the linebackers twisting into the A-gaps. So it's giving that offensive line a variety of looks. And, again, those defensive linemen are showing their worth because they're able to engage with those offensive linemen and not letting them peel off to pick up those blitzing linebackers.
Shepherd came in as the #1 offense in the country. Offensive coordinator Tyler Haynes will have to draw something up here with the Rams trailing 23-20, 1:07 to go in the 4th quarter. It's 4th down and 10. I mentioned on the Sports Mix this week, when Shepherd scores 24 points or more, it's almost a guaranteed victory. When they get over 150 rushing yards, it's almost a guaranteed victory. Neither of those things that have happened to this point, the 150 rushing yards, I think, is out the window. But the 24 points could still happen, and that would result in a Rams win. But first, it's all about 4th down and 10 for Shepherd from the 42-yard line.
Okay.
Bagent directing traffic at the line of scrimmage. Kenny Edlin runs off the field. Marlon Cook, the receiver to the far side. It's Morgan and Beach, the receivers to the near. Brian Walker is in at tight end. Bagent steps up in the pocket, looks to run, he's got a room. Bagent has the first down and more. Bagent inside the 20, and he'll step out of bounds. First down, Shepherd. They're in the red zone. Tyson Bagent, you don't expect him to run, but he has that ability every once in a while, and he couldn't have picked a better time to do it, Travis.
Absolutely, and Ronnie Brown, give him credit. He ran downfield, looked like he may have been open. The defender stayed disciplined, didn't take the bait. So Tyson Bagent tucked that ball away. Ronnie Brown went instantly from a receiver into a blocker, giving his quarterback the sideline. And Tyson Bagent, again, able to show that mobility and pick up a huge first down for this Rams ball club.
1st and 10 for Shepherd, now from the 24-yard line. Bagent looks, throws, deflected and incomplete. Hand fighting on both sides there.
There's Hamlin on the defense.
Hamlin able to break that one up, so it'll be 2nd down and 10. 53 seconds to go between Shepherd and Cal PA. Great ball game between these two teams. The 5th all-time matchup. Cal has won 3 out of 4. They last played in 2016, the regional final. Shepherd came back from 17-0 to knock off Cal. Cal today has came back from 13-0 to take a 23-20 lead. Marlon Cook all by himself here on the near side has that matchup against Tillman. Bagent under some pressure, he's sacked and dropped back at the 35-yard line. Gerald Brown along with Derek Corby coming up and making that sack.
Again, that interior defensive line.
Rams call a timeout.
Interior defensive line, they have just put on a stellar performance, opening up running lanes for those blitzing linebackers, and that time able to get penetration themselves to get a huge sack.
Well, we got now a 3rd and long for Shepherd coming up. His ball spotted at the 35-yard line. 34-yard line, excuse me. Actually at the 35 there on that far hash. So 47.5 seconds. Shepherd down by 3. Again, they passed on a field goal earlier in the ball game. Had about a 32-yarder that Shepherd passed up. There was also a blocked extra point in this ball game, which in that situation it would have only been a 2-point game. Shepherd would have, I think, definitely kicked the field goal there earlier in a 2-point game opposed to a 3-point game. But down by 3 here. You have it 3rd and 21, Travis. Are you playing for the sticks?
I think
or to get into field goal range?
I think it's 2-down territory. I think that's the way they're going to do it. Like, we're not going to try for the first down. We're going to try to get a chunk here, and then we'll make a decision after that. But they need a chunk on this play.
Cook and Beach, the receivers, to the near side. Bagent in the shotgun formation. Morgan's the receiver to the far side. They throw back, complete to Marlon Cook. He's tackled around the 22-yard line. Clock rolling, short of the first down marker. 34 seconds and rolling now.
And no timeouts for Shepherd, so.
And they're not kicking the field goal.
They're not kicking the field goal. They're pushing their chips to the middle of the table.
Bagent.
Cook on Tillman, here to the right side. Beach waiting for the call.
And Beach doesn't know the play call. The play clock is off. I'm not certain. We have a penalty here.
I think it's going to be delay a game.
I wasn't certain if the clock just shut down or if it ran to zeros there. As a new 25 is put on the clock. Right now there's only 14 seconds, and now the field goal unit is running on for Shepherd. So an interesting situation here. I believe potentially we have a timeout called by Cal, because that's the only thing I can think. Because if it's a penalty, there should be a 10-second runoff since Shepherd has no timeouts remaining. Well, Haney will attempt this field goal. This is for the tie.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to back him up.
This is right here. It is a 42-yarder.
This has just been an unusual game as far as flow. Like the referees are not quite sure what's going on
here. If there's a penalty, well, this isn't the NFL, so I'm not certain if there would be a 10-second runoff or not. There is a delay of game, so that backs you up. Okay, yeah, there is a runoff. So we have to wait for the runoff.
That long
puts the clock at 4.4 seconds.
That long snapper was bent over, ready to go for a long period of time, and the referees continue to talk. That's not good for the long snapper to be in a stance that long.
42-yard field goal. The kick from Haney for the tie. It looks good, and it is through. Jacob Haney nails the field goal, and we're headed to overtime from 42. It's good. And we're headed to overtime, Travis, and maybe you should have trusted young Jacob Haney earlier, but hey, that's all out the bag now. We got overtime in Division II college football. Let's go ahead and take a 60-second timeout. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by friends of Jason Barrett. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome me back to Shepherdstown, West Virginia. We got overtime between Shepherd and Cal. See here what happens on the coin toss. So Shepherd has won the toss. That means that they will play defense first, I believe.
Yeah.
And we got overtime, Travis. So, again, the excitement of college football overtime, different than the NFL. It's, where do we put it exactly here? The 25-yard line?
I believe so.
Yes. And essentially they'll go back and forth, offense and defense. Rams will start on defense. You hold them to a field goal. You have a touchdown, wins the game, obviously. And then, of course, after so many overtimes, if it continues, we will have kind of the 2-point situation where you go for 2-point conversions. But obviously at this point, it's just football from the 25-yard line. The team that scores the most points in this overtime period will win.
All right, no McGriff in the backfield. They're going to go with McCann.
That's interesting.
He hasn't done well as far as running the ball, but he has done well catching the ball. Yeah,
either.
Has done a good job catching the ball out of the backfield.
So Mitchell from the 25. Has time, throws to a wide-open receiver inside the 5-yard line and caught there on the far side.
Why are you breaking out the binoculars? You know who made that catch.
Was it Jackson again?
You know it was Jackson.
You have a few different numbers there. They're all very close, 6, 8, 9. But, I mean, Jackson was just left all
incomplete.
And now they say it's incomplete. So he didn't make that catch.
Yeah.
And that will bring up 2nd down and 10 from the 25. So it comes down to really, typically at least, if you can get a stop defensively from your own 25, you have a good chance to win the football game and hold them to a field goal here. Of course, a defensive touchdown ends the game. 2nd down and 10. Mitchell under pressure and sacked. Solomon Alexander coming through with the sack for the Rams, a PSAC transfer.
That looked like a design run that time. It looked like a quarterback draw. The running back was the lead block, and just the Rams defense sniffed that out immediately.
Alexander, the transfer from Shippensburg, coming through with that sack. So it's 3rd down, 3rd and long for Cal.
You can't take a sack.
3rd and about 13.
Those Ram defenders, you know they're coming hard off the edge.
From the 28-yard line for Cal. Mitchell. Under pressure immediately by Malik Holloway. No flag. He wanted a holding. Pass on a floater is complete. Pena comes up and makes the tackle. It is 4th down. So Cal will get a field goal attempt, but it would have been a much longer one if that ball did not find its intended receiver.
And Holloway was incensed on that play, feeling he got held by the left tackle.
It definitely was close. I mean, there was some grabbing there. As Metco will attempt this field goal, which would give Cal the lead. This one, about a 34-yarder. High snap, but a good hold, and the kick is up.
No good.
And it's no good. No good from 34 from Metco. So Shepherd can win with a field goal. We'll see if it has to come down to that or how Shepherd, I guess, plays it. I'm thinking they're probably going to, well, who knows with Shepherd, honestly. With Tyson Bagent and that offense, you know, my head immediately goes that they're going to keep it on the ground here, Travis, and try to see what Ronnie Brown can do and then get a short field goal. But
something they're probably going over to their kicker right now. Which hash do you want it on? And that's what they're going to do.
But we will see. The Rams offense. The other thing that is interesting, in overtime they don't flip the field until the next overtime, I believe. So we'll stay on the same side of the field. Bagent in the shotgun formation. Ronnie Brown's the back to his left. E.J. Morgan, Ryan Beach, and Marlon Cook are the receivers, but they'll throw it underneath the Beach. Like I said, you never know what the Rams are going to do, and they throw it complete to the 20-yard line for Beach.
And you don't want to get away from what your identity is. So understand like game situation, but you still don't want to try to do something that you're not familiar with in a high-pressure situation like this. So as the old saying goes, dance with the one that brung you.
So 1st down there, or 2nd down, I should say. 2nd and 5 after the 5-yard pickup to Ryan Beach. Ronnie Brown is the back to the right of Bagent. Bagent, again, there's Ryan Beach inside the 20, down to about the 15-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. On that far side, there's the 1st down for Shepherd. And, of course, they can win it and have less dramatics if you win it on a touchdown. You never know with special teams, so that could kind of be still the Rams' plan here is at least initially go for the touchdown. Bagent with 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side, I should say. 1 to the far. Bagent takes the snap, throws back to the far side of E.J. Morgan. Morgan goes out of bounds. He's made quite the impact in his first game back for Shepherd. Inside the 10-yard line goes E.J. Morgan. It will be 2nd down for Shepherd.
Cook checks into the game.
All he does is score touchdowns, and maybe Quite the touchdown to get here from Michael McCook. 4-yard pickup. 2nd down and 8 from the 8. But you can get it inside the 1 there and get a 1st down. 2nd and 5 from the 8, excuse me. Bajan, hands off. Ronnie Brown stutter steps in the hole and fights forward for a few. Makes it to the 5, gain of about 3 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 2 for the Rams from the 5.
And Ronnie Brown learning his lesson from earlier in the game. Didn't try to bounce it outside and make something happen that wasn't there. Ran the play the way it was designed, getting those yards and just chipping away at that defense.
Tied at 23 here in overtime. 3rd down and 2 for the Rams. Brown the back to the left of Bajan. Morgan and Cook the receivers to the right. They'll hand it to Ronnie Brown. He gets stopped in the backfield. And now we'll see if Jacob Haney can nail this field goal for the win. Haney will attempt here. It is about a 24-yard field goal, 23-yard field goal here for Jacob Haney for the win from the left hash. And timeout, of course, called by Cal to try to ice the kicker. We had a few interesting plays in this ball game that led to this point. One, a blocked extra point by Cal. Number 2, too, that field goal we had before halftime where Coach McCook called a timeout was actually missed on the practice attempt by Cal's kicker. So who knows? I mean, a whole lot of ifs in this ballgame. That's how you get a tied game in overtime, Travis.
You go back to that big kickoff return by Hamlin.
Yeah.
Falls down in the middle of the field.
Ronnie Brown had a very similar situation, maybe not as easy as a return situation for Hamlin would have been, but he was one-on-one the kicker. Brown was like 1-on-2 and fell down.
And Cal PA, incomplete pass here in overtime, away from having the ball inside the 5.
Yeah, and a missed field goal as well from a tied or having a 3-point lead here. So this is for the win from 24 yards for Jacob Haney. Left hash. Zach Fry to snap. Garrett Hutchinson to hold. It's a good snap, good hold. The kick is up and it's good. And Shepherd wins in overtime on a 24-yard Jacob Haney field goal. The Rams win it over Cal, 26-23. Come back from 23-13 in the fourth quarter to win this one over Cal. And Travis, what a ball game between these two teams and a potential preview of the PSAC championship. Keyshawn Haley and Cal getting into things here at midfield.
No reason to take it there. It was an incredible football game. Both football teams, you don't want to sully it by guys getting penalized or getting ejected from the game, yes.
But Shepherd gets the win in dramatic fashion today. We'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll have the Palace Lounge post-game show. But before all that, we will send it down to Dylan Bishop here momentarily, who is going to be with head coach Ernie McCook to get his thoughts on this wild win for the Rams. It didn't look good, Travis. It was 23-13 with about 10 minutes to go. But we said, hey, if any team's going to come back and do it, it would be Shepherd in that offense, and they made it dramatic, but they found a way.
And Cal PA had their chances to put this game away, but when you leave the door open for a team as talented as the Shepherd Rams, when they have an experienced seasoned signal caller and Tyson Bagent, you leave that door open, he's the type of guy that's going to be able to take advantage of it, and that's what they were able to do today and pull out a tough, hard-fought win against a high-caliber opponent in Cal PA.
So Dylan trying to get to Coach McCook. And if we can help Dylan out, he's got him. All right. I just spotted him, so let's send it down to Dylan.
down here on the field with Coach McCook. Coach, this was a hard-fought win in overtime. How'd you guys get it done out there in the clutch?
You know, I think our players showed a lot of grit. We made a bunch of mistakes that we got to be better at. I'm really proud of our team to find a way to win it at the end. I have a lot of respect for the Scout team. I think they're a great team. A lot of really good players, well coached, and it's a good win for us. But you know, it's a tough ball game for both teams.
You made a bold decision to go for it when you're down by 3 rather than kick the field goal. You trust your defense. What went into that decision?
Where are you talking about?
It was 23-20.
Well, yeah, we had to score. We were trying to score, and that's what we were trying to do. That's all. And, yeah, I trust our defense, and we went from there. Okay.
All right, Coach McCook, thank you very much. All right, thank you. Nick Travis, back to you.
Thank you, Dylan. And thank you, Coach McCook. Apologize we didn't get you at halftime, but Shepherd 26, Cal PA 23. We will take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, we'll have the Palace Lounge post-game show. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. It's the post-game show as we recap the scoring, bring you stats and analysis, scores from around the PSAC and Super Region 1, the Division I Top 25, and the latest on the West Virginia University Mountaineers and Marshall University Thundering Herd. Let's get it started as we go back to the field and rejoin our TV 10 broadcast team.
To Rams Stadium, Shepherd 26, Cal 23 in overtime. Our final score. Nick Verzolini alongside me, Travis Smith here for the Palace Lounge post-game show. The Palace Lounge is located on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. We'll get into our post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer, located on Route 11 South in Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business. Jacob Haney took care of the Rams like nobody's business today with the game-winning field goal and the game-tying field goal there in those final few minutes. But we will give you the stats. We'll start with just some team stats, some things that stood out in the total yardage room. 490 total passing yards for Shepherd today. When it came to the ground game, though, the exact opposite of last week. Shepherd ran it 14 times for 0.8 yards per carry, just 33 total. I'm sorry, not 33 total rushing yards, but total is 14. 17 carries for 14 yards for Shepherd today. And then on the Cal side of things, it wasn't impressive necessarily, but it was effective at times, 32 rushing attempts for 68 rushing yards. So Shepherd still held them to just 2.1 yards per carry. Rams, the penalties. 13 penalties for Shepherd. Better in the second half there. I think they had 10 at halftime, so finished with 13. 7 for Cal. 20 penalties in this ballgame. 7 for 77 yards for Cal. 13 for 161 yards for Shepherd. Time of possession in favor of Cal, 34 minutes to 25 minutes. Shepherd goes 3 of 14 on third down today, and Cal goes 5 of 16. So some surprising things there, but hey, the Rams found a way to get the win. And at the end of the day, Travis, that's all that matters, but there are definitely some things that they can improve on after this big win.
Just a tremendous football game for both ball clubs. You can see two top-tier programs going toe-to-toe today, and they were able to give it as good as they got it. So hats off to Cal PA. Again, hats off to the Rams, able to pull this out. And sometimes things aren't going to click for you, and you're going to have to be able to find a way to win those ugly games. And that's what the Rams were able to do today. It was no secret as to why they were able to make that deep playoff run last year, because they have that type of mettle, that type of grit in their character. It's a high-character football club, and they were able to show that again today. Things not clicking well for them. In the passing game, it was kind of hit or miss because they were getting so much pressure up front. The running game really not able to get traction, but somehow, some way, they were able to find a way using one of their aspects of their game that they're not noted for, special teams.
So Dylan Bishop is now down on the field with kicker Jacob Haney. Will send it to him.
Kicker for Shepherd. Hit the game winner, hit a game tire to send it to overtime. What's going through your head in those moments with the high-pressure situation?
I mean, it's high pressure, but it's just got to do your job. Missed one in the second quarter, I believe. Just kind of got to bounce back and make the kick, put the team back in, and absolutely.
Cal's a tough team. What's it mean to get a big win in the PSAC like this?
It's big. I mean, we probably didn't play our best game, but just all around to come get a win is huge because we got Kutztown up next week, another big game, and just kind of get on to the next, go win again.
How's it going to feel to go back to Kutztown after what you guys did in the last game against them?
It's going to be good. We know it's going to be a fight. We know it's going to be a fight, and we're going to be in there for sure. Just got to do my job and take it one play at a time.
All right. Jacob Haney, thank you very much. Nick and Travis, back up to you.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Jacob. Not very often we get to talk to the kicker, but, hey, he's the hero today.
Did the kicker just lay some sports cliches on us right there?
He sounded like he's always getting interviewed, right?
It's going to let the chips fall where they may. Put your best foot forward. You're going to give 110%.
Hey, you love it from Jacob Haney, making 2 clutch kicks there toward the end. But we now will continue to break down these stats and talk about some of the big performances today on the offense and defensive side of the ball, along with, of course, Haney in the special teams unit. But Tyson Bagent throws for 490 passing yards. If you would have told me that before the game, I would have thought Shepherd put up 40, 50 points. But they only put up 26. So some things to still work on. But he did have 3 touchdown passes. He was sacked 5 times, so the pressure got to him a little bit at times. But he made that big run there on the 4th down and just had some moments in this game. In total, his net yards is negative 13 on the ground, but he had 9 carries for 24 yards gained in the ball game. Some other stats from the Shepherd side of things, running the football. We talked about a tough day for Ronnie Brown. He goes on the ground, 8 carries for 27 yards after that huge game he had a week ago. In the passing game, Marlon Cook has a nice day. 8 catches, 168 yards, and a touchdown. Ryan Beach, 7 grabs, 34 yards. No scores there. Brian Walker, really good game for him. 6 catches, 99 yards. And Ronnie Brown did do his thing in the passing game. 4 catches, 91 yards, including that 73-yard touchdown reception. And then defensively for Shepherd, Devin Lynch leads the way, 11 tackles for Devin Lynch. Clayton Batten, 6 tackles. Keyshawn Haley with 5. Grantham with 4. And sack category, Solomon Alexander had 1, along with 1 for Malik Holloway as well. On the Cal PA side of things, their passing numbers look like this. Noah Mitchell goes 23 of 41 for 252 yards, 2 touchdowns for him. And then in the rushing or in the backfield, I should say. Eric McCann ran the ball 13 times for 42 yards. And Malik McGriff ran the ball 13 times for 33 yards in the ball game. And receivers, it was a big day for Jaquail Jackson. 12 catches, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns. But it wasn't quite enough. He was just a beast, though, on the other side.
It looked like he ran out of gas a little bit down there towards the end of the game, too.
And you compare that to what every other Cal receiver did. The most we had after that was just 2 catches.
Yeah.
McCann had 2 catches for 23 yards. Tarrant, 2 catches, 13 yards. I think this one is wrong. They have Xavier here for 2 catches for 11 yards. I believe that should be Stanley there for 2 catches for 11 yards. But those are your final statistics on the ball game. And again, Shepherd gets the win 26-23. And I think that's pretty much all we have to do besides get into our awards, Travis. So,
well, it's pretty easy to go for electrifying play of the game. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Jacob Haney for the game-winning field goal in overtime. It's pretty electrifying.
Yeah, your electrifying play of the game brought to you by Orsini's Home Store. Orsini's is not just an appliance store any longer. They're located at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, or online at Orsinis.com. What about your collision of the game? That was kind of tougher. There wasn't a whole lot of big hits.
There was one big hit. Naeem Alexander with a big hit on Cam Torrent on the punt return. That was a big shot right there. So I give Cam Torrent props for holding on to the ball, but Naeem Alexander put a pretty good pop on him that play.
So your Cody's Auto Body collision of the game. Cody's Body Shop located at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Call 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. And then finally, Travis, our Bodwell Insurance Solutions player of the game.
I'll give an honorable mention to Jacob Haney since he did get the game winner today, but I think you just have to go with the extraordinary numbers. Tyson Bagent again, 490 yards, 3 touchdowns, the big 4th down run to get that conversion, all while getting just absolutely harassed all game long, 5 sacks, and he was still able to have that kind of game. So player of the game, again, Tyson Bagent. We should be used to it by this point, but still it's amazing week after week to see him do what he's able to do on a consistent basis.
It's true, and another great game for Tyson Bagent. Through the air as the Bodwell Insurance Solutions player of the game. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, they're a local professional. Let's restart all that. Player of the game brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call 304-283-0864. That'll do it for us here on the Palace Lounge post-game show. Kyle McLaughlin is next with the Extra Point Scoreboard show. Shout out our crew here real quick. Spencer Dupuis, our on-site producer. Matt Miller on camera, along with Caden Kemp, Dylan Bishop, and Braden Schaffner. And, of course, Colin back in the studio. And Travis Smith, my color analyst today as well. That does it here for us. Once again, your final score, Shepherd 26, Cal PA 23 in overtime. Jacob Haney nails the game-winning field goal. We'll send it to Colin after this 2-minute break. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Reed DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results believes buying a new home requires a dedicated team that cares about your needs and concerns. Our experienced team is from the area, and we care about this community because it is our home as well. Whether it's a $30,000 home or a $3 million home, we will be hands-on and invested throughout the entire process. Thinking of buying or selling in West Virginia? We've got the tri-state area covered.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome into the post-game scoreboard show as Shepherd gets the win over California of Pennsylvania in overtime by a final score of 26-23. And what a game it was, again by Tyson Bagent, the best quarterback in Division II football. 33 of 53, 490 yards, and 3 touchdown passes, able to get that final drive into field goal territory for Shepherd to tie it up and then eventually to win in overtime. Let's now get some scores from around the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference, starting off with a final score from Gannon. Gannon, who was in the lead at the half, was shut out in the second half, and Westchester gets the win by a final score of 29-23. Another score for Edinboro, as we can get some final scores from around the PSAC. Looks like they already switched that, so I have to go back and to the PSAC website and get that final score. But Kutztown got the win over Mercyhurst after they trailed at the halftime. And Kutztown, the Golden Bears, who's Shepherd's opponent next week, really put the beat down on Mercyhurst in the second half. Final score 50-31. Final score, East Stroudsburg also gets a win against Seton Hill, so East Stroudsburg wins 22-7. Slippery Rock gets the big win against Millersville to improve to 3-0, 45-14. And in the fourth quarter, looks like IUP is going to defeat Shippensburg right now with 3:30 to go in the fourth. It is 44-21 IUP. And at the half, it is Clarion leading Lock Haven 23-7. And those are your scores from around the PSAC. I'll try to get the last one here from Edinboro and Bloomsburg if I can. For some reason, it has completely disappeared. So I'm trying to get the final score. I don't know if they already decided just to redo the stats or whatnot for next week's game, but for some reason it's not showing up with the final score. Let me hit the live score. There we go. 23-20. Edinboro got the win over Bloomsburg in overtime. My apologies there. For some reason, it just wasn't showing up at first, but the Fighting Scots get the win in overtime. Right now on the radio side, the West Virginia Mountaineers are dominating Towson 51-7 with 3:35 to go in the third quarter. And again, you can tune in to the conclusion of the Mountaineers game on Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM, 740 AM. And let's get into some scores from Division I football that's going on right now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. It's Syracuse only leading Purdue by a field goal, 25-22. That game currently on ESPN 2. 47 seconds to go on the Big Ten Network between Indiana and Western Kentucky, and that one's tied up at 30. Buffalo leading Coastal Carolina 19-14 with 4:13 to go in the third. In the fourth quarter, Central Michigan leads Bucknell 26-0. At the half, it's South Alabama leading UCLA 17-13. Almost at the half, it's Iowa State leading Ohio 24-3. With a minute left in the second quarter, it's Rutgers leading Temple 10-7. Virginia leads Old Dominion at halftime 10-7. Also at the half, it's Ball State leading Murray State 14-0. 8:54 in the second quarter. California and Notre Dame are tied at 7 apiece after Notre Dame just scored a touchdown to tie the game up. That's on NBC as well as Peacock. 3:13 to go in the first quarter. Tulane leads Kansas State 7-0. Minute 49 to go in the first quarter. North Texas leads UNLV 10-9. And just kicking off, it is BYU, the 12th team in the nation, against number 25, Oregon. 13:34 to go in the first. Number 20, Ole Miss leads Georgia Tech 7-0. 14:54 to go in the first. Number 22, Penn State and Auburn just kicking off. Penn State has the ball. 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. Vanderbilt and NIU are scoreless. Kicking off as well as Colorado and Minnesota. Stony Brook and UMass. Troy and Appalachian State also underway. Appalachian State currently leads Troy 7-0 with 9 minutes to go in the first. Just kicking off as well, it's Georgia Southern and UAB. Kicking off is New Mexico and Wisconsin, and at 4 o'clock it's number 2 Alabama against UL Monroe, Kansas against Houston, UT Martin against Boise State, Liberty against number 19 Wake Forest, and at 5 p.m. it's Colorado State against Washington State, Marshall against Bowling Green. That's on the NFL Network if you want to tune into that. At 6 p.m. on ESPN, it's Mississippi State and LSU. North Carolina A&T takes on Duke on ESPN+. Campbell and East Carolina. Toledo against number 3 Ohio State at 7 p.m. on Fox. And also at 7 p.m. it's number 8 Oklahoma State against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Number 10 Arkansas against Missouri State. Number 15 Tennessee against Akron. Texas Tech against number 16 NC State. Jacksonville State takes on Tulsa. Northwestern State takes on Southern Miss. Arkansas State takes on Memphis. Charlotte takes on Georgia State. Tennessee State takes on Middle Tennessee. At 7:30, it's number 11 Michigan State against Washington. South Florida against number 18 Florida. Number 23 Pittsburgh takes on Western Michigan. Nevada takes on Iowa. SMU takes on Maryland at 7:30 p.m. You can tune into that game on Fox Sports 1. At 7:30 on ESPN3, Maine takes on Boston College. UCF takes on Florida Atlantic. Louisiana is against Rice. Louisiana Tech takes on number 5 Clemson at 8 p.m. Also at 8 p.m. it's UTSA against number 21 Texas. Montana State against Oregon State. UTEP against New Mexico. Number 13 Miami against number 24 Texas A&M at 9 p.m. on ESPN. San Diego State takes on number 14 Utah at 10 p.m. Fresno State takes on number 7 USC at 10:30 on Fox. And at 11 p.m. it's North Dakota State against Arizona. Eastern Michigan against Arizona State. And Duquesne takes on Hawaii at midnight. Your final scores now from the games that kicked off at noon. Number 1 Georgia dominated South Carolina 48-7. Number 4 Michigan beat UConn 59-0. Number 6 Oklahoma defeated Nebraska 49-14. Number 9 Kentucky shut out Youngstown State 31-0. Baylor, the 17th team in the nation, beat Texas State 42-7. Missouri beat Abilene Christian 34-17. Army knocked off Villanova 49-10. Southern Illinois gets the upset on the road against Northwestern 31-24. Cincinnati beats Miami of Ohio 38-17. Kent State destroys Long Island 63-10. And Virginia Tech beats Wofford 27-7. Those are your final scores from NCAA Division I football. Again, final score in overtime, Shepherd 26, California PA 23. The Rams are now 3-0, and next week we'll head to Kutztown to take on the Golden Bears. And we all remember what happened the last time that happened, so it should be a fun one. Maybe we'll see another Hail Mary, maybe not. Hopefully it's a big win for the Rams. But for Talk Radio, WRNR TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off. Tune in next week and have a great rest of your day.
You've been watching play-by-play coverage of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's telecast has been brought to you by the Neon Moon Tavern. Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance Group, W. Harley Miller Systems, and WVU Medicine. TV10 Sports thanks you for watching today's presentation of Shepherd Rams football. All rights reserved.